Hello everyone, wherever and whichever time zone you're logging in from. And welcome to the Courtauld and to the Centre for American Art. I'm David Peters Corbett. I'm the director of the Centre, which exists to support and develop research in the field of American art of all periods and widely defined, from the earliest moment to the present day, and it's in its international, transnational and global contexts. I'm very happy to welcome you to this two-day conference, which represents that final transnational aspect for us. Crossing borders, constructing canons, post-impressionism in Britain, America and beyond. Just before we start, I'd like to thank Professors Elizabeth Childs and Anna Greutzner-Robbins, who are the organisers of the conference and whose brainchild it has been, as well as our outstanding list of speakers who are going to talk over the next 2 days. I'd also like to thank the Terra Foundation for American Art, whose continuing support enables the Centre for American Art to put on its extensive programme of in-person and virtual events, including this conference. Finally, I'm grateful as always to the Courtauld's Research Forum team, who are with us to oversee the technical side of the event. In a moment, I'll hand over to Anna to introduce the conference and its aims and content. But before I do so, I'll just mention that for reasons of pace and timing, we will not be introducing the speakers with detailed bios as we go through. These do exist and they can be found online. The Research Forum team will be letting you know where to find them through the chat function. It's a pleasure now to turn to Anna Greutzner-Robbins for an academic introduction to the conference. Anna.
Thank you very much, David, and welcome to Crossing Borders, Constructing Canons, Post-Impressionism in Britain and America and Beyond. My co-chair, Elizabeth Childs, and I would like to thank David Peters Corbett and also the Terra Foundation of American Art for making this conference possible. It is fitting that the Courtauld Institute of Art is hosting this event because it owes its foundation in 1932 to Samuel Courtauld, who also gifted it his collection, including some major post-impressionist pictures, the teaching of history of art. Courtauld's collecting patterns were largely influenced by the 1910 Manet and the Post-Impressionist edition that Roger Fry selected for London's Grafton Galleries. For the first time, Cézanne, Gauguin, Van Gogh, Seurat, Matisse and Picasso were grouped together under the label Post-Impressionist, the term that Fry coined shortly after returning from seeing the major dealers in Paris. He chose each work with them with the trained eye of the connoisseur, a skill he perfected when working as a curator and a buyer for the Metropolitan Museum in New York, which explains, I think, why so many of these pictures are in museum collections today. Rather surprisingly, there was no specialist teaching of these artists at the Courtauld until the appointment in 1957 of Professor Sir Alan Vaness, who quickly brought in other modern specialists in Cezanne, Matisse and Picasso. His own interests included the Post-Impressionists. He taught from a far wider base. His pan-European approach took fruit when he headed a committee largely made up of his students who curated the exhibition Post-Impressionism, Cross-Currents in European Painting that brought together the Post-Impressionist giants with artists from 8 other countries. Cross-Currents interpreted Fry's term in its broadest sense to mean after Impressionism. It also questioned the art historical validity of the original use of the term. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore the long-lasting currency of the term post-impressionist up to this day. In the time that remains, I actually want to go back to my own research interest from a very long time ago now and look at Fry's exhibitions and their importance for the equally well-known Armory Show that opened in New York in 1930. Works by Cezanne, Gauguin, and Van Gogh had been exhibited together in reasonable numbers in 1908 in Moscow. They were not brought together in significant numbers until 1910 in London, 1912 in Cologne, and 1913 in New York. Well, Manet and the Post-Impressionists, as I mentioned, was put together with work from the Paris dealers who hoped to capitalize on the London art market. There is a clear trajectory here, which has not been explored, between the large presence of Cézanne, Gauguin, and Van Gogh, and the dealer Ambroise Vollard, who staged solo exhibitions for all three in the 1890s and affected their subsequent growing reputations in Paris. The extensive press coverage of Fry's show ensured that they became celebrity artists with myth-making reputations, with Cezanne as the father of modern art, Gauguin as the primitive savage, and Van Gogh, the mad artist. Seurat, who was poorly represented, was barely mentioned in the press. Moreover, they entered 20th century discourse about modern art, and their 19th century origins tended to be overlooked. We might dismiss these spurious labels, but in the early 20th century, they caught the attention of the collective imagination, fueled the abuse hurled by the suspicious, and incited their supporters to refashion these artists as modern messiahs. And I absolutely love this picture of Fry by Henry Font. Fry never gave up his missionary post in this respect. By 1912, Post-Impressionist was a commonly used catchword, which explains why Fry called his next curatorial venture the second Post-Impressionist exhibition. And it was shortly after the exhibition that Arthur B. Davis and Walt Kuhn, two of the organizers of the Armory show, who were in Europe looking for pictures, decided that the second Post-Impressionist exhibition was a must-see and asked Fry for a guided tour. It was a very different exhibition from the first because although Cezanne was included, Van Gogh and Gauguin were not, and much more, both Matisse and Picasso were much more prominent. I'm showing you a plan of the Grafton Galleries and also Matisse's back, which was hanging or installed rather on the landing at the entrance to the exhibition. And this is the first thing that Davis and Kuhn, guided by Fry, saw when they came to the Grafton Galleries. They immediately decided that they wanted it, and it did indeed go to New York. The next room that they entered was the octagonal room, where they saw 6 first-rate Cézannes, all lent by Vollard, and 6 watercolors by Cezanne, in addition to some Cézanne-esque works by Derain, Lotte, Archat, and Fleming. They absolutely wanted Le Chateau Noir. They didn't get it, but it is interesting that it was nevertheless subsequently bought by Edward Steichen for the Myers and is now in the National Gallery. As you can see, Vollard refused to send it to New York. But they were luckier with the exhibits by Cezanne's followers that the dealer Daniel Convaller was offering for sale, some of which were subsequently acquired from American collectors when they went to the Armory show. And I'm sorry, I've misspelled Armory here. That long, continuous, interconnecting run of rooms at the Grafton Gallery was absolutely essential for the story that I was telling about modern art. And it's interesting to note that when you look at Fry's writing on these 2 Post-Impressionist exhibitions, even in 1910, he uses those 2 terms, Post-Impressionist and modern, interchangeably. But on entering the next room, the large gallery, they would have seen 2 groups of, one of 15 works by Matisse and another of 11 pictures by Picasso. And both these groups immediately caught their eye. Picasso's, I think, are very interesting because they all came from Convaller, except for 1 picture by Vollard and 2 still life by Leo Stein. And Convaller subsequently wrote to say that he had in fact chosen these pictures very carefully with Fry and Clive Bell. The selection, which ranges from 1904 to 1912, as you can see, illustrates Picasso's evolving development as a painter, or what Fry called his kaleidoscopic experiments. The selection is also an example of a carefully developed strategy, which Kahnweiler used when showing potential customers albums of photographs that charted the chronological development of an artist. The lesson was not lost on Davis and Kuhn, who frantically instructed Walter Park, their collaborator in Paris, to try and make a deal with Kahnweiler, who, like Vollard, had been reluctant to send to New York. Make it very clear to him that every first-class dealer in Europe is participating and that he cannot afford to stay out. Well, Kahnweiler did repeat the lesson in New York, but in fact only sent a selection of 4 pictures. Another early portrait, the one in London, was sold. The Two Trees, which is now in Philadelphia, and interestingly, this 1912 Cubist picture, which was, as you can see, contains the words coup, which was a wordplay on Cubism. It was one of 3 pictures which had wordplays on Cubism in London. Only one went to New York. Kahnweiler was very good at promotion. Matisse was the best represented artist in the exhibition. He sent 34 of the 43 paintings, drawings, prints, and sculptures that were in Fry's show, including 10 of the 15 paintings in the large gallery and the plaster cast of La Serpentine, which together illustrated what Fry called his clear and logically related steps in his development. And I'm showing you here this much loved painting by Walter Fry, which I think we may be seeing more than once over the course of the next 2 days, which shows an installation of some of the Matisse pictures in the large gallery. And what we're doing is we're looking through here to the end gallery, where you can see the plaster cast of the head of Jeanette. Matisse obviously chose pictures, or some of the pictures, which had been in the Red Studio. And it's very interesting to see the way in which they group around the Red Studio, which you see on the right, including Lillick's too, which for some reason Fry has actually left out the 3rd figure in this picture. I have no idea why, but it is not there. And also too, Matisse Zeppelin, the young Seurat too, which is in the Red Studio picture, but it was hung to the right of the Red Studio in the exhibition room. Yet nevertheless, I think the installation makes a very important point about the way in which the Red Studio is containing these examples of what I had called clear and logically related steps in the Matisse development. Of all the artists, the Armory organizers wanted Matisse to know. Take all you can get all you can from Matisse himself, they instructed Pack, because Matisse is most important. And Matisse happily collaborated with them. Sorry, I'd forgotten to show. This is here. This shows you more clearly what's in the room and what's in the painting, including the red Madras hat, which Michael Stein lent to London and then also again lent to New York, the big Matisse collection. This is Matisse's list, which he sent, instructing the Armory show people which pictures which he had lent to London were to go to New York. And it's a very interesting list. In fact, the only picture which I can't identify is the still life, which certainly is not the still life which has been identified in the Armory catalogue. It was a still life of lemons. But these were major pictures which left London. And it was undoubtedly a real blow for Fry. Interestingly, when they arrived in New York, the same kind of installation was offered at the Armory show, where these pictures, I mean, perhaps it's a natural thing to do, but it's nevertheless, for me, very interesting to say the way in which this installation is repeated in New York. In the end, 45 exhibits went from London to New York, which left Fry with some large gaps on the wall. And this probably explains this very cross telegram which he sent to the Armory Show organization saying, "Have not seen your exhibition, but I'm sure it does not amount to much." Rather cross and rather rude and rather surprising for Fry too. But then these works were not just any works of art. They introduced the idea and mapped out the evolutionary development of two of the major artists of the 20th century. Furthermore, the writing on Post-Impressionism set a model for later American publications. None of this early history was discussed in the massive catalogue for the centenary exhibition of the Armory Show, where Fry is mentioned 5 times in passing. And we are also told that one work, not the actual 15 by Picasso, was shown in London in 1912. The connections that I've looked at today are only a small part of a wider unexplored aspect, including the writing on Post-Impressionism of the Anglo-American exchange in the early 20th century that had major repercussions for the subsequent expression of modern art in America. More than that, writing in 1910, Fry stressed that Post-Impressionism was a transnational movement. We need to cross borders freely and fully to understand its global reach. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Anna. And thanks to you and also to Liz for organising a wonderful conference. Okay, so following Roger Fry's momentous exhibitions of 1910 and 1912, the period after the First World War saw the development in Britain for a taste for Post-Impressionism. And I'm actually going to be focusing today on Scotland specifically. The artists who were talked about most were Cézanne, Gauguin and Van Gogh. And without doubt, the endorsement of these artists by the likes of Fry and Clive Bell influenced the market for their work. However, the role of agents, advisors and art dealers was also key. Samuel Courtauld, you see on the left, was advised by Percy Moore Turner, but also by Fry. And he displayed a distinct preference for Cezanne and Gauguin, while Elizabeth Workman, who bought almost exclusively through Alex Reid and Lefebvre, you can see her here on the right, she acquired works by Gauguin, Van Gogh and Matisse, and not a single work by Cezanne. As we shall see, Alexander and Rosalind Maitland, who are the focus of this short paper, were also susceptible to the guidance of their advisors when it came to Post-Impressionism. In the 1930s, their main interest was the work of Gauguin and Van Gogh, and it's on these purchases that much of this paper will focus. However, like many British collectors of the first half of the 20th century, they also acquired paintings by Cézanne and Seurat, as well as Degas, Monet, Sisley, Renoir, Vuillard, Picasso and Matisse, 21 of which were left to the National Galleries of Scotland in 1960 and 65, along with sculpture and works on paper. In fact, over 100 works altogether. Above all, the Maitlands were driven by a philanthropic impulse that, as we shall see, was closely aligned with the gallery's director and helped to form Edinburgh's small but important collection. Now, before examining the Maitlands' motivations for buying the work of Gauguin and Van Gogh in more depth, let me first introduce them to you and briefly situate their collecting in context. Sir Alexander Maitland was the son of a prosperous jute merchant and the grandson of Lord Barncaple, who was a Scottish law lord. Alec too followed a distinguished legal career and was later appointed Deputy Governor of the Royal Bank of Scotland. Rosalind was the daughter of a Scottish MP, Alexander Craig Seller, whose family owned the Ardtornish estate in Argyllshire. She grew up in a highly cultured environment, and her father's circle of friends, for example, included the author Robert Louis Stevenson, while her mother Gertrude was an acquaintance of Brahms, Liszt and Wagner. Her maternal grandfather, Octavius Henry Smith, was a wealthy London brewer who eventually acquired Ardtornish from the Craig Sellers. Gertrude was heir to a considerable fortune and frequently took her children on trips to Europe. And on one occasion, they bought this lovely Rodin, which Rosalind eventually inherited. Rosalind was a gifted pianist and studied music and conducting in Berlin and Vienna. And her portrait, here on the left by Sir James Guthrie, painted in 1906, the year of her marriage to Alexander Maitland, depicts her as a young woman of style and elegance. For over 50 years, the couple lived at 6 Heriot Row in Edinburgh's New Town, which Rosalind transformed into a musical salon. From around 1930, they also had a country house, Island Darach, which you can see on the right, where they invited such luminaries as the famous contralto Kathleen Ferrier. Turning now to the Maitlands as collectors, how in touch was Scotland with the developing market for post-impressionist art? While the repercussions of Fry's post-impressionist exhibitions and Frank Rutter's futurist shows were felt in Glasgow and Edinburgh, where works by these artists were shown in 1913. It was like a sort of tiny version of the Armoury show, perhaps. In September, the Scots Pictorial published a short article on post-impressionism by Iron, whose critical language in relation to Gauguin and Van Gogh was typical of the way these artists were characterized by the British press. The post-impressionist was a philosopher-painter in search of truth in art, regardless of aesthetic concerns. Gauguin, quote, found in the life and spirit of the savages something that brought him to his ideas of truth, while Van Gogh suffered the madness of fevered genius. In November that year, works by Van Gogh, Gauguin, Cézanne, Matisse, Seurat, and many others were included in the Society of Scottish Artists annual exhibition at the Royal Scottish Academy in Edinburgh. The collector and educationalist Sir Michael Sadler lent Gauguin's Spirit of the Dead and Poème Barbare, the painting that was chosen to advertise Manet and the Post-Impressionists. Sadler was also invited to give a public lecture at Glasgow School of Art, and he used the opportunity to argue that the work of Van Gogh, Gauguin and Cézanne was rooted in tradition and represented a continuity rather than a rupture with artistic convention, presumably as a way of converting the Scottish public to this troubling group of artists. The Maitlands began collecting the following year, but their early purchases of works by Corbett and Degas, which you can see in this newspaper cutting, were relatively conservative. At this date, they were buying mainly through David Kroll Thompson at London's Goupil Gallery. As an authority on the Barbizon school, Thompson was not the dealer to introduce the couple to post-impressionism, and they had apparently never ventured over to Alex Reid's Glasgow Gallery, where in 1923 and 24 they could have seen works by Cézanne, Van Gogh, Gauguin, Toulouse-Lautrec, Matisse and Picasso. With collectors such as Courtauld entering the market and with competition from the USA from the likes of Albert C. Barnes and the Clark brothers, the prices for these artists were already on the rise. There were also a number of Scottish industrialist collectors such as William McInnes and David Cargill who were buying modern French art in the 1920s. Nevertheless, it was not until 1929, when Rosalind inherited a considerable sum of money from her mother, that the couple began to take an interest in more modern French art. Their change of attitude coincided with the appointment in 1930 of Stanley Cursitor as director of the National Galleries of Scotland. A practicing artist with an interest in futurism, Cursitor was progressive in his taste, and it was he who was to become their principal advisor. He moved in avant-garde circles, and it was he who negotiated the 1913 exhibition at the Royal Scottish Academy. He was also influential in persuading the National Gallery Board of Trustees to acquire Gauguin's Vision of the Sermon from Michael Sadler in 1925. I've examined this purchase in greater detail elsewhere, but suffice to say that the trustees were reluctant even to pay the ludicrously low price of £1,150, since the then director, James Corr, was extremely conservative and considered Gauguin, quote, less influential than his contemporaries. The Maitlands' friendship with Cursitor meant that almost from the outset, their collecting was strongly aligned to the formation of the national collection, and that they were motivated above all by buying good quality works that complemented or filled a gap in the existing collection. This meant that they often had to wait some time before alighting on the best works. They were aided, however, by the economic dip of the late 20s and 30s, which saw the dispersal of several major collections of modern French art, such as that of Elizabeth Workman. And it was as a result of the failure, inadvertently, the failure of Mrs. Workman's husband's shipping business, that the Maitlands acquired their first post-impressionist painting, which was Gauguin's Martinique landscape. Not only had the painting been in the Workman collection, it had also briefly been in the collection of Courtauld. And Courtauld's advisor, Turner, rated Gauguin's Martinique landscapes less highly than his later works, and this may have been the reason why he sold it, we don't know. It's possible also that the picture was still in its original white frame, which you can see here. And this was an aesthetic that rarely appealed to either dealers or private collectors at this date. The Maitlands saw the painting on view at the Royal Academy in 1932, alongside the Three Tahitians and Bord de Mer 2, and almost immediately decided to buy it. Today, we recognize it as one of the largest and most important of Gauguin's Martinique landscapes, and with her interest in music, Rosalind may have appreciated its abstract qualities and emphasis on surface decoration. She may also have been enchanted by the painting's earlier provenance, since the first owner was the composer Ernest Chausson. The Maitlands' next purchase in 1936, Gauguin's Three Tahitians, epitomized what Turner described as the high point of the artist's career. And Maitland later reported to Cursitor that it had given him an ache when he first saw it at the Royal Academy. However, this time the couple were motivated mainly by the idea of saving the painting for the nation. The dealer, Wildenstein, had set a price tag of 13,500, which was really steep at that time and well over the gallery's annual budget. And it seemed likely that the picture would end up in the USA, where a potential buyer had already been found. Maitland initially considered it, quote, immoral to spend so much on a picture, but he was encouraged by Cursitor's and others' endorsement of the painting, and he agreed to buy it with a view to eventually donating it to the National Galleries, since, quote, so often Scotland has to put up with inferior examples of an artist's work. Even at this date, however, the couple were wary of the disapproval of the Board of Trustees, whom Rosalind refers to in the correspondence as the anti-Gauguinites. She confessed to Cursitor, this is Rosalind's writing here, that they felt courageous at making such a daring purchase, as well as inordinately proud. Rosalind agreed that the painting should be reframed, and perhaps it too was originally in a white frame. However, she questioned Cursitor's suggestion that it should be varnished, stating, I always rather liked that flat look. Now, sadly, of course, Cursitor got his way and the picture has been varnished several times now. Nevertheless, this second purchase meant that the gallery would eventually have 3 major works by Gauguin from different periods in his career. We don't know the price that was paid for the Martinique landscape, but I'm just giving you an idea of the difference in prices that was paid at that time. In the meantime, Cursitor had added to the gallery's collection of post-impressionist pictures by acquiring their first work by Vincent van Gogh, The Olive Trees on the left. Purchased by Oliver Brown at the Leicester Galleries, this again came from Sadler's collection and has recently been identified as the earliest painting in the Olive Trees series. However, it was acquired 2 years after the famous Wacker trial in Berlin, and the authenticity of the painting was briefly questioned. Sadly, I don't have time to go into this, but it's quite an interesting story. In response, in 1937, the Maitlands took the opportunity to buy Orchard in Blossom from Robertson and Bruce, a dealer in Dundee. And you can see this very delicate painting of apricot trees from Van Gogh's Isle period was a wonderful complement to the vigour of the olive trees. It found its way to Scotland through the art agent Matthew Justice, who owned a furniture and interior design business, where he displayed works by Van Gogh, Matisse, Vuillard, Bonnard and others, acquired in Paris through Bernheim Jeune. The picture itself had belonged to one of Justice's best clients, William Boyd, who was director of the jam-making firm of James Keeler and Son. You can see it here hanging in Boyd's house. The couple ideally wanted to buy another Van Gogh to complement the olive trees and the orchard in blossom. I'm talking about the Maitlands now. However, it wasn't until many years later, in 1915, that they came upon Van Gogh's Head of a Peasant Woman at Reed and Lefebvre in London. This early work from Van Gogh's Noonan period had previously been in the collection of Evelyn Fleming, the mistress of Augustus John and the mother of Ian Fleming, and it was Augustus John that persuaded her to buy it. So anyway, as a result of this third purchase, it meant that the National Galleries would have representative works from different periods in the artist's career. And you can see how much cheaper Van Gogh's work was at that time. In the meantime, in 1947, Alexander Maitland was appointed as a trustee of the National Galleries of Scotland. And as a result, he and Rosalind, who had no children, declared their intention to leave the collection to the nation. The following year, Stanley Cursitor retired from the National Galleries, and the couple turned to Dudley Tooth, director of Arthur Tooth and Sons in London, who became their principal source of French paintings for the next 10 years. They continued to buy with the collection in mind, adding post-impressionist works in the broadest sense of the word. These included Degas' late Valley paintings, works by Vuillard, late Renoir, and early Picasso. And in the summer of 1956, the Maitlands exhibited their collection of modern French art at the National Gallery of Scotland, coinciding with the Edinburgh Festival. A visitor to the city that year was the Dutch-born Anne Kessler, who noticed the absence of Cezanne in the collection. Although she left most of her paintings to Tate, she decided as a consequence of this trip to bequeath her favourite work, Cezanne's Big Trees, to Edinburgh, and wrote to Lord Crawford, the chairman of the trustees, "My Cezanne will fit in wonderfully with this outstanding collection." The following year, the Maitlands bought their own Cezanne from Tooth, the Montagne Sainte-Victoire, as a compliment to Mrs. Kessler's bequest. This painting had originally been in the collection of Stanley Sykes, director of the Fitzwilliam in Cambridge, who had paid $2,000 for it. We don't know how much the Maitlands paid, unfortunately. Finally, in 1959, the year of Rosalind's death, they turned to Seurat and bought the small study for the bathers at Asnières, previously owned by another pioneering woman collector, Helen Sutherland. Like Fry himself, the Maitlands appear to have been slow to acquire a taste for Seurat, but their final purchase as a couple prompted the galleries in 1973 to purchase the wonderful La Lucerne, which had once been in Fry's personal collection. It surely was the most fitting final addition to what is regarded today as a gem of a collection. And you notice again how expensive the Seurat was at that date. In 1960, Alexander presented the collection to the nation in Rosalind's memory. And after his own death, he bequeathed further major works by Monet and Matisse. And you can see here how neatly the Maitland purchases intersected with those of the National Galleries. Meanwhile, on the 15th of October 1958, the Goldschmidt auction at Sotheby's broke all records for a single event auction and immediately pushed up the price of Impressionist and Post-Impressionist paintings. The National Gallery's Seurat was acquired only with the aid of the Art Fund, a treasury grant, and thanks to the generosity of Fry's descendants. And thereafter, they limited their acquisitions of Post-Impressionist art to works on paper. The Maitlands were fortunate in being able to acquire the bulk of their Impressionist paintings during a prolonged period of economic depression, and with a few exceptions, paid relatively low prices for their pictures. However, as I hope this short paper has demonstrated, money was not the only issue, and they were motivated above all by a desire to create a collection that would bring lasting benefit to the people of Scotland. Thank you.
I'm Liz Childs, and if Anna can come back on, there she is. And we have a few moments for discussion. And I want to thank you both for such a really riveting beginning. It's a wonderful thing this is recorded, a reminder to all our attendees, because we'll be able to go back and look at those pictures more carefully and to really absorb all this. But I want to begin with, well, again, thanks to David Peters Corbett and to the Research Forum that's making all this happen. And a reminder to the attendees that we have 4 different live Q&A sessions where you'll be able to put questions in the chat, and we'll focus on that. So if you've got questions for either Frances Fowl or Anna Grutzner-Robbins, hold on. And at 12:30 today is the first of the Q&A. Yes, so much to think about here. I want to begin with Anna and that extraordinary survey of the beginning of this idea of post-impressionism, and particularly your, I think, very justified call for further work. You've pointed out that you've really only looked at a bit of the impact on American thinking and American reception with the notion of post-impressionism. And I was wondering in particular if you could expand a bit on the role that Fry had in the shaping of America's reception in the writing about the term post-impressionism.
Yes, well, I think that's an unacknowledged aspect of all of this. And it's not just Fry, actually, but also Frank Rutter, who was a very interesting critic who'd had very little work by comparison done on him. Rutter published a book in 1910 while the Manet and Post-Impressionist exhibition was on, called Revolution in Art. And when Arthur Jerome Eddy came to write his book in 1914, a book called Corbett, he largely took his ideas, both from Fry's introductions to the Post-Impressionist catalogues and other writings, and also to Rutter's ideas, particularly this idea of revolution and change. That seemed to be absolutely fascinating to Eddy. But I mean, looking again at Eddy's book last night, I was really struck by there's so many similarities in the thought, the way in which he writes about the kind of relationship between Cezanne, Gauguin, and Van Gogh, and also their relationship to the Impressionists, that they were totally indebted, and that they had no other antecedents at all. He's absolutely desperate to take them into the 20th century and ignore their 19th century origins, as does Fry to a certain extent. He wants to create this idea that there is a very significant shift and break between Impressionist painting and what he's calling post-Impressionist. But looking again too at a broader picture, Eddy is credited with translating Kandinsky's The Spiritual in Art into English for the first time, whereas in fact that had been translated in 1912 by Sir Michael Sadler's son, Michael, who was also called Michael Sadler, and would have been readily available to Eddie. And Sadler, too, was a very big Kandinsky collector who'd gone to see Kandinsky and owned some extremely important paintings, one of which Fry put into his third Post-Impressionist exhibition in 1913, which I didn't have time to look at today, which included not only one of Sadler's Kandinsky's, but also a significant number of Max Weber pictures. Weber did not show in the Armory show, and I'm sure there was a bit of tip on. So I think this is really what I mean by looking at this as a kind of exchange rather than separating the two things because they occurred in different countries.
Excellent. I wanted to let you know that some of the attendees have been writing in and that you're cutting in and out a bit. And what we need is, I know, but what we simply need is when you're speaking to stay a little closer to the microphone.
Yes.
I think we're fine. I caught most of that, but we were dropping a few words. So that's all. Thank you.
Maybe my internet, which is reliable, I'm afraid.
Oh, no, but it's
yes.
doing well. We're doing well.
Good.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to comment on Eddie briefly, such a fascinating figure, someone who was both based in New York and saw the pictures immediately, but was also from Chicago and was an absolute central figure in taking the show to Chicago. And in fact, even sort of wrested some of the attention away from the New York organizers. And he was incredibly proud of his acquisitions and tried to also promote American artists. So getting that book out within a year of the Armory show is a rather remarkable feat for a lawyer. And I think the impact of Fry's thinking on Eddie is a really interesting subject to pursue.
Yes. I mean, he did plagiarize a lot of the book, a lot of the writing.
Yeah.
So, but it's also interesting that he doesn't buy, he buys a lot of works by the Cezanne, so-called Cezanne followers, the artists who took up a Cézanne-esque type of painting around 1910. He buys a lot of those pictures. Those are in the Chicago Art Institute. But he doesn't put his money on any of the more expensive paintings.
And then
Very
Chicago passes on that collection. It's interesting. When it was available, they then didn't pick it up immediately. They were conservative about it. But we'll come back to that tomorrow. Thank you. I want to turn now to Frances and to that fascinating paper about the Maitlands. I know the pictures and I've always wondered how they came to be in Scotland. So thank you so much for that. I think there's a lot we could pick up on and one day I want to hear the story of the olive trees that you couldn't share today. But I think I'll start by asking really about Rosalind Maitland, because I know you've done some important work recently on Robert and Elizabeth Workman, and you've thought about the role of a woman collector in this decade and the place of gender in the activity of a woman collector. And I wonder if by comparison in thinking about Rosalind Maitland, is there any way in which she separated herself out from her husband's enterprise? Does she have a particular profile as a female collector in these years?
It's very difficult to kind of answer that question, but certainly Alexander Maitland said that it was her. She was the person who made the kind of was the driving force, let's say, in the partnership. She certainly was the one with all these kind of artistic interests. And I always have this thought that, when he was working really hard. And so she was inevitably making decisions. She often wrote to the dealers before he did. But I think they always made the decision to get together ultimately. She wouldn't have bought something against his will. And all the invoices are in his name, which of course was conventional at the time. But it's a different situation with Mrs. Workman, because with her, everything was in her husband's name up to 1923. And then when she began to buy Post-Impressionist art, everything was in her name. And we can't really work out whether that's because she was buying independently or because he was actually running into financial problems. And so therefore was putting everything in her name for kind of financial reasons. So it's very difficult. It's very difficult with couples to be able to disentangle the role of the one and the other.
Well, just if you want to share with people here where your essay on the Workmans is, that's a recent piece you've done, isn't it?
Yes. So it was done for 19, which is an interdisciplinary journal. I think think it's volume 31, 2021.
Maybe on the break, you can drop it in the chat.
I can put it in the chat, yeah, exactly.
That would be great. And then I want to continue because one of the, again, one of the most interesting things I found in this was the way in which this couple really seemed to be motivated by nationalist concerns and by a strong desire to benefit Scotland holistically and to, save a picture from going to America. They cared so much. But within that context of nationalism, one has to ask, why are they, or are they only collecting French art? That's all we hear here.
Yeah.
And did they take an interest, in particular, did they have a strong interest in Scottish art versus English art, or any interest more generically in British art?
They did. So they did. The answer is they did collect, but they collected mainly works on paper. And so when it came to British artists, and they were quite close to D.Y. Cameron, who was actually a close friend of Cursitor's and who also was an advisor to the Maitlands. And so it's rather odd that I think they owned one work by him. But, and also in comparison to other Scottish collectors, they were really unusual in not buying contemporary Scottish art. Most avant-garde advanced collectors were also supporting modern Scottish artists. And I can only think that the period that they don't appear to have been clients of the Scottish Gallery, which would be the most obvious gallery for them to go to in Edinburgh, or of Alex Reid particularly. Which is kind of bizarre.
Do you have any, can you explain that? I mean, it seems—
I can't really. They seem to have really relied on Cursitor as and very much collected with the collection in mind. And I think at the time, his focus was on building up this collection of modern French art, which he did fantastically. And because the previous director had been a real Scotophile, James Court, and he was very conservative. So I think he was kind of wanting to move in a different direction. But it's slightly anomalous.
Well, unfortunately, I have another question I'm trying to ask about the anti-Gauguinists, but I think I'm just going to have to save that, or we'll handle it in the chat. But an interesting term for them to be using. But we have reached the end of this discussion section, and we'd better preserve our breaks so that we all can get through this long day of Zoom. A reminder to everyone that we come back in 10 minutes for session 2 with responses to Fry. And at the end of that session, not only will we have a discussion led by Anna, but that's when we have our first 20-minute Q&A where the members of the audience can send in questions, and that will be chaired by David Peters Corbett. So hopefully everyone can take a good 10-minute break. And again, I want to thank Anna and Francis for those terrific papers and a lively start to this much anticipated conference. Thank you both so much. And we'll see you in 10 minutes. Hello, welcome back. I believe we are at time to start up our session 2. So I'm Liz Childs, and I want to introduce the 2 speakers, but remember that their longer biographies are available to you on the site at the research forum for this conference. So you won't get details here. We'll then follow 2 talks with Anna Grenzner-Robbins' discussion, and then we will have an open Q&A session chaired by David Peters Corbett at 12:30. So our first speaker is Andrea Rosen of the Fleming Museum of Art at University of Vermont, and her topic is Wood Gaylord, Primitivism and American Folk Art After the Armory Show. Andrea?
So I have found in my research on overlooked American modernist Wood Gaylord an early work of whose appears in the center and a more typical work at the right. But there are many manifestations of primitivism in the context of American modernism that have gone underexplored. One of those manifestations, which I will present today through a case study of Gaylord's early work, is the influence on American artists of European forms of primitivism on view in the 1913 Armory Show. And as we heard from Anna Grenzner-Robbins, some of the most influential European primitivist artists, and even a good handful of specific artworks by them, were previously shown in Manet and the Post-Impressionist and the second Post-Impressionist exhibition. The importance of primitivism to the project of expression in modern art, as well as related ideas about the decorative and decoration in both primitive and modern art, is a through line that runs from Roger Fry's Post-Impressionist exhibitions to the Armory show to the subsequent blossoming of a specifically American modernism. The poster, familiar to us now, for Manet and the Post-Impressionists appears at the left, featuring Gauguin's Poème Barbare, which depicts an angel in the form of a topless Polynesian woman and an animalistic totem representing the creator god of Tahiti. The choice of this painting to represent the exhibition speaks to the ways primitivism was an essential ingredient in the artistic revolution Fry was aiming to represent, a theme that also appears throughout the introduction to the exhibition catalog. Written by exhibition secretary Desmond McCarthy from Fry's notes, the text proposes that exploring and expressing that emotional significance which lies in things is the most important subject matter of art, more important than capturing the appearance of things. Therefore, the art of so-called primitives and of children may be more expressive of the essence of something than an accurate representation is. Thus, the modern artist would do well to emulate them. The successful incorporation of attributes of primitive art, including a focus on design or the decorative, was specifically mentioned in regards to Cézanne, Gauguin, and Matisse. Incidentally, some of the European artists that exerted the most influence on Wood Gaylord in the Armory show. A high school dropout with a full-time job in the dress pattern industry, Gaylord started taking night and weekend classes at the National Academy of Design in New York in 1908. His life utterly changed in 1912 while sketching on the Palisade Cliffs of New Jersey, where he stumbled on a drawing class led by Walt Kuhn. Kuhn was then playing a lead role in the organization of the 1913 Armory show. In fact, he was about to depart for Europe to scout for loans. While in London, Kuhn and co-organizer Arthur B. Davies took in Fry's second Post-Impressionist exhibition at the Grafton Galleries, as we heard, and arranged for several loans from it, including Matisse's Red Madras headdress, which we saw in the previous slide, and two other Matisse works I'll reference in this exhibition, Le Lux 2 and Nasturtiums with the painting Dance 1. Back in New York, Gaylord had two paintings selected for inclusion in the Armory show, and he and his fellow students served as unofficial exhibition assistants to Kuhn, helping with installation and publicity, compiling the catalog, and serving as unofficial tour guides. Gaylord described their preparation for these tours in his unpublished memoir. "We had never seen any of this stuff. We weren't coached. We had a look at a Matisse, Picasso, or Cezanne and formed our own opinion of it and explained that." The fact that the European avant-garde were new to Gaylord and even to his mentor Kuhn before his European trip is apparent in the works of theirs included in the show, painted in an impressionist style common to American artists who had not yet been exposed to the experiments in form and color represented in Fry's Post-Impressionist exhibitions. But of course, once exposed to the contents of the Armory show, these artists' perspectives were forever changed. In 1916, Gaylord had his first solo exhibition at the Thumbbox Gallery, where he exhibited a series of lightly carved and stained wood panels focused on groups of nudes. Gaylord's titles for these works, such as Athletes, Adam and Eve, The Portress of Hellgate, and Labor, suggest allegorical, religious, and mythological themes, but the images themselves are seldom focused on the details of these narratives. More important than any specific story was the overall compositional effect, the arrangement of figures in a variety of poses, the palettes limited to just a few colors, and the textures of the carving, all used to lead the eye around the visual field, with no element given much primacy over another. In his vague use of subject matter, imaginative if flat use of color, and equal emphasis throughout the image, Gaylord was participating in a modernist strategy of emphasizing elements of the decorative in his art in order to destabilize more academic, narrative, and compositional expectations. His sources for this in the Armory show are many, and here I've selected just some of the artists, Matisse, Cezanne, Puvis de Chavannes, whose works showed groups of figures in the landscape, calling upon a tradition of classicizing pastoral imagery in order to subvert it through an emphasis on decorative composition over moralizing subject matter. The Gaylord panels shown here, on the left, brown-skinned nudes engaged in vaguely pagan rituals, on the right, red-skinned nudes perpetrating an act of intertribal violence, are more explicitly primitivist, and so also owe much to Gauguin's reinterpretations of the pastoral through his use of Polynesian women, imagery, and titles. Just as modern artists prized and emulated the decorative aspects of so-called primitive art, they also saw so-called primitive peoples and inaccurate representations of their cultures as appropriate subject matter for decorative expression in modern art. Critical opinions about Gaylord's work in this show varied, but the comments of one critic are particularly illuminating when he compared these panels unfavorably to, quote, the least inspired objet d'art by a Fiji islander, end quote. This comment reflects a discomfort among conservative American critics with assigning aesthetic value beyond that of a minor decorative trinket to either artifacts from non-Western cultures or to the work of Western artists that appropriated their characteristics. Nonetheless, the specificity of this comment indicates increasing awareness of non-Western tribal objects appearing in conversation with modern Western art. After the Armory show, Gaylord continued working in Kuhn's New Jersey-based sketch group, which evolved into a new short-lived initiative. From 1914 to 1916, Gaylord collaborated with other artists on the production of murals under Kuhn's supervision as part of the cooperative mural workshops. The workshops were founded by Catherine Dreyer, the patron later renowned for her work with Marcel Duchamp on the Société Anonyme. The workshops are little mentioned in the literature on Dreyer, and when they are, authors attribute Dreyer's inspiration to the arts and crafts movement. Yet I argue that the Armory show was the more immediate impetus. Dreyer showed 2 paintings in the Armory show and was moved by the innovative art she saw there. The idea for the workshops emerged in March 1913, 1 month after the Armory show opened. With the avant-garde fresh in the public's mind, a goal of the workshops was the incorporation of modern art into functional public and private spaces through decoration. The work of the cooperative mural workshops was meant to proceed collaboratively and democratically. And through this process, Gaylord and colleagues created a set of 4 matching murals designed for a restaurant, which they exhibited in 1915 at the Grafton Galleries. These panels presented pastoral fantasies in different locales, the ocean, mountains, tropics, and forest, with food as the theme meant to tie the paintings to their intended location. Once again, the modern pastorals on view in the Armory show were likely inspirations. Though impossible to judge from the black and white reproductions that remain, Dreyer described the color as close association of the most brilliant hues, which some critics found too extreme. Notes on the backs of photographs list the colors used, and I've written them on this slide in order of prominence. The art press was generally positive. Charles Henry Caffin wrote that no work so truly decorative in principle as well as in accomplishment has hitherto, to my knowledge, been produced in this country, even while he bemoaned the lack of unity in these works produced by committee. The general press, however, reacted in a bemused tone similar to that prompted by the modern art in the Armory show, with one critic describing the workshop's exhibition as ultra-radical, disquieting, rather barbarous. With that word barbarous, the extremes of modern art were once again associated with people and behaviors considered uncivilized and primitive, whether this had been a conscious intention by the artists in this case or not. In addition to the cooperative panels, each of the artists exhibited individual painted screens. Gaylord described his as 2 natives combing a woman's hair. The influence of Gauguin is clear given this vague reference to natives. Gaylord himself never traveled outside the United States and Canada, as well as the vertical composition meant to frame one primary nude figure surrounded by 1 to 2 subsidiary figures, a format also used by Matisse in Le Luxe too. Of course, this format was also dictated by the type of decorative object it was, a painted screen. The choice of this object type could have been influenced by one of the most popular works in the Armory show, a painted screen by American Robert Winthrop Chandler, whose flattened animal figures directly influenced the imagery on the screens of Gaylord's workshop colleagues. Despite these apparent influences, Gaylord wrote that he had painted this screen somewhat unconsciously, like Prendergast, e.g. Maurice Brazel Prendergast, adopting in a modified way Prendergast's divisionist technique. Gaylord, in fact, helped enlarge these 2 massive Prendergast paintings, part of another mural project under Kuhn. which also included Arthur B. Davies' mural, Dances. The work Davies had shown in the Armory show, Line of Mountains, was yet another take on the modernist pastoral. A few years later, this is what he was producing in collaboration with Kuhn, Gaylord, and the other muralists, and what Kimberly Orcutt called a somewhat naive and simplified version of Cubism, with colors inspired by the Fauves. The swooping dancing figures in particular seem indebted to Matisse's nasturtiums with the painting Dance 1. Perhaps indebted to both Davies and Matisse is Gaylord's most abstract work ever, a watercolor with a similarly swooping, nearly headless figure floating on a field of colored forms that don't seem to refer to any real-world objects. But soon after this, both Davies and Gaylord retreated to more figurative styles. In the late 19-teens, Gaylord settled into the style and subject matter that prevailed for the rest of his artistic career. His most significant paintings depict the whirlwind social events of his artistic circle in a seemingly naive, flattened, outline-based style. These two had a primitivist bent, although from an ostensibly different source. Throughout the 1920s, Gaylord attended the Summer Art Colony in Ogunquit, Maine, where he and fellow artists began collecting the antiques that would soon come to be defined and marketed as American folk art. Early American paintings, hooked rugs, bird decoys, weather vanes, and more. In a post-World War I era of nationalism and isolationism, these rural American materials fed these artists' desire to locate, quote, native sources for a distinctly American modernism, independent of the European isms that had so captivated them in the previous decade. Flattening and distortion in American folk painting inspired an approach to modern art that supposedly did not rely on European forms of abstraction to challenge academic traditions. Despite this apparent declaration of independence, there is no doubt that it was an initial absorption of European forms of primitivism that paved the way for this distinctly American brand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrea. That's a wonderful start to the session. Fascinating artist. We move immediately to James Church of Kingston University, London. James?
Good afternoon, and thank you to Anna Grutzen-Robbins and Liz Childs for inviting me to speak today, and to David Peters Corbett and the team at the Centre of American Art at the Courtauld as hosts. This paper is indebted to both Anna and David's writing. C. Lewis Hind was a popular British art critic interested in varied forms of art and methods of inquiry. Hind became aware of developing European trends while reviewing an English translation of Julius Mayer Graffer's Modern Art of 1908. Subsequently, in the spring of 1910, he traveled to Germany, quote, to see the collection of American pictures exposed in Berlin and Munich. Returning through Paris, he found himself encompassed in the atmosphere of the new movement. A rare showing of American art in Europe had been the initial impetus to Hind's journey, an important point to note. However, Hind visited Mr. and Mrs. Michael Stein on his way home to see their important collection. Following this visit, Hind admitted, "Cezanne has captured me." As Anna has noted, Hind was amongst the most well-informed of the British art critics, reacting to Roger Fry's momentous exhibition, Manet and the Post-Impressionists, when it opened later that year. Hind recognized the exhibition's importance and swiftly published a well-illustrated book, The Post-Impressionists, in 1911. His writing style is often informal, but this should not distract us from his perceptive criticism. Hind emphasized that Cezanne, Gauguin, and Van Gogh, by the very intensity of their genius, required a name. Quote, the label chosen when a very incomplete exhibition of their pictures was opened at the Grafton Gallery in November of 1910 was Post-Impressionism. This measured criticism of the scope and title of Fry's exhibition, Hind himself preferring the label of Expressionism, gives an indication of his interest in these artists. His choice of Expressionism, given its application of a particular German avant-garde group, also emphasizes the difficulty of identifying the distinct strands of modern art at this time. The canon had not yet been established. In his writing, Hind stresses the importance of Roger Fry's exhibition. However, despite the controversy, he also imparts an element of humor. The spirit of post-impressionism wandered restlessly over the country, Hine said. Late in December, when I called upon an eminent art authority in Edinburgh, he did not exclaim, "Well, I hope you've had a Merry Christmas." What he said was, "Well, how about post-impressionism?" The tone is still of genuine expert interest, rather than that of shock and surprise. It is notable that Hine emphasized how the new is not new and the old is not old in defining the new movement. His varied accounts are both insightful and humorous, revealing how art suddenly became a vital matter in 1910. He describes how he followed John Singer Sargent through the exhibition, attempting to overhear the American artist's opinion. He also included snippets of the reactions of the general public. A conversation he overheard at the Grafton Gallery, quote, between an ardent young man and a languid young woman. He, excitedly, "I'm going to buy one of those pictures." She, angrily, "I won't live with you if you do." Succinctly, Hine addresses the controversy, and he added that you never hear that sort of dialogue at the Royal Society of British Artists, yet. The use of yet is loaded, suggesting that Hine, putting the humour aside, did indeed feel that the exhibition would reinvigorate the more staid elements in British art. One painting by Matisse in the Stein collection, Self-Portrait of 1906, particularly gripped Hine's imagination. It was not included in Fry's exhibition, perhaps a consideration in Hine's criticism of that show. It inspired him to write, "That head of himself, bearded, brooding, tense, fiercely elemental in colour, seems as I gaze not to be a portrait but an aspect of the man, the serious Matisse, almost a recluse, indifferent to opinion, whose aim it is to approach a fresh canvas as if there were no past in art, as if he is the first artist who has ever painted." The emotion intensity of this searching portrait was a particular touchstone for Hine. A clarity of vision and communication became central to his concept of what he termed expressionism. As this conference seeks to explore the wider context around Manet and the Post-Impressionists, we should examine the exhibition of American art for which Hine travelled to Berlin in the spring of 1910. Already familiar with contemporary American art, Hine wished to gauge the reaction of the German critics and to see some contemporary German art at Paul Caseria's gallery. In his September 1910 review of the American exhibition in the studio, he revealed he was surprised that, or unsurprised, that advanced opinion in Berlin found the American work on display unenterprising compared to contemporary European developments. But he noted perhaps their chief disappointment was that so few of the pictures were characteristic of America. He then reveals that even the conservative art historian, Dr. Wilhelm von Bode, also expressed disappointment that there was a relative lack of depictions of the great cities, landscapes, and factories of America. Hine then anticipated what a national American art was. He stated, quote, "My answer is Winslow Homer. He did not study in Europe, this old master who is still with us. For it is as a master that I always regard Winslow Homer. It must be the solitude in which he has lived, surrounded by the elemental forces of nature, that has produced in his big, comprehensive work something that seems to me entirely personal and American." And the two paintings that Winslow Homer exhibited in Germany were chosen to illustrate Hine's review, The Gulf Stream and All's Well. Then Hine links the discussion to more contemporary artistic practice in George W. Bellows's The Bridge, Blackwell's Island. Quote, "Something of Winslow Homer's force I find in the work of George Bellows, in his bridge. Arching the indigo water, rough, frank, original, true, a large sketch, a quick impression that has been left as seen." This choice reveals Hine's preference for bold landscapes with vigorous brushwork, and the critic continues with a list of major American landscape painters whom he considered notable. Despite Hine's overall satisfaction with the exhibition, he indicates some disappointment in the display in Berlin. This was partly due to the subjects on display and the scattering of the exhibited landscape paintings. Quote, "I could almost have wished that a representative collection of these American lyrical landscapes could have been hung in one room in Berlin and Munich. They would have produced a strong effect." Hind is emphatic in his support of American landscape painting. He concurs with German critics that landscape painting showed American art at its most American, a particular strength not reflected in European art. In 1914, the now rather overlooked Anglo-American exposition was held in London. Amongst the American paintings on view was George Bellows's Men of the Docks. Exactly a century after it was displayed in London, this painting became the first American painting to be acquired by the National Gallery in 2014. Although Hind's comments in the introduction to the catalogue in 1914 were premature, that, quote, "henceforth no Englishman can plead ignorance of American painting," we can perhaps see a century later the beginnings of a more sustained interest in American art in this country, including David's writing on Homer and Bellows. Hind was one of the first British critics to be alert to the Post-Impressionists, and his writing permits insights into the wider reception of Roger Fry's exhibition. However, Hind also alerts us to a broader world of contemporary art in 1910, one which was not strictly limited to Manet and the Post-Impressionists. Perhaps America already had its equivalent of Manet or Cezanne, and Hind suggests this was Winslow Homer. Thank you.
Thank you. We should turn now to our discussant, Anna Robbins.
And thank you very much for two very, very good, interesting papers, and also papers which I think connect in a rather challenging sort of way. And I'd like to begin by asking Andrea a little bit more about Gaylord's first experience of post-impressionist painting, which was when he helped to install the Armory Show in New York. I mean, I got that sense of excitement in your paper about, you know, how he must have felt when first seeing these pictures. And I wondered whether, in fact, you had anything more to say about that, because that seemed to me to be fascinating.
Yeah, that's a great question. And you know, he's very specific in what he covers in his memoir. He likes to focus on humorous anecdotes about people he encounters. He's kind of a student of human nature. So after that quote where he talks about giving tours, where he really kind of, he just had to look at the paintings and form an opinion and share that with audiences, then he talks about the reactions he got. So he talks about people's really, you know, disgusted or affronted reactions. And particularly he focuses on how he's surprised that art teachers are some of the most vocal in how how affronted they are by the modern art. He was also present when Theodore Roosevelt visited the show, and he says he heard Roosevelt exclaim, "This is the bunk," which Roosevelt later articulates in a review in a more eloquent way. Yeah. But Gaylord's a little more mum about his own influences. You know, that quote where I said that he was influenced by Prendergast in particular work, that's pretty rare for him to actually kind of talk specifically. So these ways that I think Gauguin, Matisse, and Cézanne impacted his work, I've had to surmise from the visual evidence. He was not very
yes. So he doesn't actually use that word primitive in the way in which you do in your talk.
Gaylord doesn't, or?
Yes, Gaylord.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Right.
Because he seems to sort of mirror what Fry writes about primitivism, the primitive in 1910. He talked about its application as something that's decorative, but then he also talks about the way in which it can shock and contain an emotional idea. And it seemed to me that shift that you see in his painting, where initially he's responding to something which is very decorative, to something which is really felt within, is kind of mirroring that idea, but we don't know whether he was aware of it or not. So
yeah, I think it was kind of a subconscious thing. I mean, it's pretty apparent, but I think there are ways that that it's a little subconscious for him. I don't think he would be able to fully articulate what's impacting him.
Yes, well, thank you. And James, I mean, Hind is such an interesting figure, isn't he? Because he pops up in so many different places, and I was fascinated to hear about his response to American painting in the same year that Fry's exhibition took place. I mean, just to say briefly that the Post-Impressionist booklet, of course, was very widely circulated almost immediately and translated into Japanese. And so because they had all these wonderful reproductions of Cezanne paintings available to them in Japan, you immediately get a group of Japanese artists who are painting in the manner of Cezanne. And I think it would be really interesting to do an Cezanne and the global effect or something like that. But going back to what he, his kind of loyalty, as it were, or his insistence that American painting has its own kind of independent value, something which is independent from, what he's seen in Fry's show. I mean, clearly he's very, very interesting about this, but I wondered about this in relation to Bellows, and Bellows did exhibit in the Armory exhibition, the Armory show, and he's apparently, is in the exhibition and says, this is not for me. I'm not going to follow this path. And in the recent Bellows catalogue, there's it cites an American critic who immediately said, well, that's the end of Bellows. If he's not going to take on this painting, he has no future. I mean, it's a really kind of interesting question, and I'm not quite sure whether there's, or interesting moment rather. I don't think there's an answer to it, but I wondered if you had any particular thing that you might want to say about that.
It does seem as if there were two lineages sort of of art coming into contest in New York. So you had a sort of American realist strand with Winslow Homer, and then Thomas Anschutz and Eakins, and their sort of great followers, the of the Ashcan school and the Pennsylvania landscape painters as well. And that tradition was a figurative tradition, and then it sort of collided quite roughly in the Armory show. And it's almost as if that earlier American tradition has somehow not been entirely forgotten, but has been slightly pushed to one side with the suggestion that it was passé or no longer current. But I definitely think that critics, and Hind in particular, really could feel that there was something vital and important in these figurative artists as well as in the Post-Impressionists.
Yes, I mean, I think I'm right in saying he did actually go and live in America later on, did he not?
Yes, I think that he wrote for the Christian Science Monitor, and I think that his wife was from Atlanta.
I see. So that's partly explains his. And did he continue to support American art after 1914? Did he write about it?
Yes, as during the war, he did write some reflections on America, and his opinions on American art were very high. He mentioned Sargent and Whistler, but also the landscape tradition. And in architecture, the skyscraper, of course, as being particular American strengths.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting at the moment, and I hate to mention the word, but we are at a moment where there is a very anti-European feeling in Britain amongst certain groups of people, and I wondered whether, in fact, you could apply that to Britain in that period between and I wondered if it was the same case in America. I mean, is it because it's European that they're suspicious, or is it because it's so impractical to actually distinguish?
Well, it seems that Hind sort of detected sort of similar strands in British art, and I don't know whether it was that they were necessarily dismissing the contemporary French art, and I think there were many different, or continental art, and I think there were many different strands, and some of which are forgotten today of continental art at that time that were under discussion. But perhaps it was of a feeling that there was something vital and current about the contemporary figurative realist traditions that were ongoing, and perhaps more more receptive artists and critics were not dismissing the Post-Impressionists out of hand. It was just that they were still wishing to develop their own channel that they were exploring.
So they don't have a singular idea, which is certainly something which assesses someone like Eddie at the time, or seems to. Good. Well, it looks as though we've run over time, and I'm sure it's entirely my fault, so do apologize. But I do believe we're now going to turn to a Q&A session led by David Peters Corbett. Well, I'm sure we'll have some very interesting things about the American element of this. Thank you very much to both of you.
Thanks very much, everybody. And thanks, Anna. No, you're exactly on time, actually.
Oh, good.
So, everybody, we've got an opportunity now to have a Q&A, not just about the two papers we've just heard, but encompassing as well the papers that were given earlier by Anna herself to start the conference, and by Francis as well. So please do put those questions into the chat, and I will convey them to the speakers, with apologies in advance to anybody we don't get to because of time. We've got about 20 minutes. I'm very tempted to pick things up with James and Anna in that last, and indeed Andrea in that last discussion about I'm already doing it, so I'll ask the question. It's a sort of abuse of my position as chair here, isn't it? But I think it is an interesting question, right? That at this moment there's a sense of from both of you, James and Andrea, of the need felt by American thinkers about art and artists to sharply differentiate themselves from Europe, and to assert a nativist, or a sort of a sense of entirely unindebted Americanness. And it's interesting, very interesting to see Hind, even at an early stage in his career, as it were, buying into that or supporting it in a lot of ways. And the way I want to frame this is just to ask James really about language. The language that's applied to Blackwell's Island by Hind is the language of contemporary American reception of bellows, right? Absolutely. So those words, rough, frank, original, true, right? The sketch that's sort of just absorbed from a moment of experience and left in that raw state. Those are all virtually word for word what you find in the contemporary US American critical reception. And I wonder how far you think that Hind is deliberately, as it were, reaching for that language, or whether you think that's a language that's already in play for Hind when he talks about European post-impressionist art.
Well, I think that's absolutely right, that he seems to be taking a certain cue from sort of contemporary American discourse, and also perhaps sort of inspired by the poetry of Walt Whitman. So this idea that the American sort of outlook is straight talking and direct, and perhaps he's sort of trying to see that particular straightforwardness and ruggedness, as he saw it, the US of the frontier, comes through in the art.
Is he using that language about when he writes about European post-impressionism? Using those terms?
Yes, I think sort of when he sort of talks about Matisse, it's sort of that directness of expression, and he sort of discerned that in Augustus John's Smiling Woman in the Tate, and also with Matisse, that he was very keen on this idea of direct expression and sort of that personal viewpoint.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So let's turn to the audience who are enthusiastically writing in. So Samuel Shaw, hi Sam, asks a question for all panelists concerning the role of Puvis de Chavannes in post-impressionist exhibitions and surrounding dialogue. His work haunts that of so many of the pieces exhibited at the Grafton Galleries in 1910, and could have offered a useful way into understanding the more contemporary artists shown there, but no works by Puvis were shown. At the Armoury, however, his work was very well represented. Was his absence at the Grafton related to what was available at the time, to Fry's own taste, he seems to have been positive about Puvis, or to something else entirely?
Well, I suppose I should answer that question. Unfortunately, we have very little information about what was available in Paris in that, although I know that's not quite true. I know which dealers Fry went to visit because he named them in his appointments diary. And he went to see Vollard, Daniel Combarlo, Felix Fénéon at the Bernheim Gallery, negotiated with Baron Roel. But in terms of looking, I think Fry probably would have thought that Puvis was, who after all had a following since the 1880s, was perhaps not the sort of thing that he wanted to do. Fry was very friendly with Ricketts and Shannon in the 1890s. He actually lived next door to them for a while. And Ricketts and Shannon were, Charles Ricketts and Paul Shannon were two of the artists who were great supporters of Puvis and in Britain at that time. So I imagine, given the way in which Fry seems to be thinking at that moment, he's looking for things which are completely new to a London audience.
If I could jump in real quick as well, because Puvis was actually an early influence on Gaylord even before he really connected with the art world. He was in the New York National Guard and on maneuvers south of Boston in 1908, and he got special permission to travel into the city to see Puvis murals at the library. And they were a big influence on what he thought was good in mural painting, which of course comes up later in his workshops work. Flatness being really key for him in Puvis' work, and that sense of a decorative art, a mural, not overwhelming the viewer, which we know also is true in the work of Matisse.
Yeah, thank you. Samuel Raybone says, thank you all for fascinating papers. A question for Francis. You stressed the importance of a sense of national duty, saving art for Scotland, for the Maitlands collecting practice, and sense of purpose. And in the discussion with Elizabeth, touched on the Maitlands, the fact that the Maitlands were unusual among their peers in collecting art for the nation, but not collecting the nation's art. Could you talk a bit more about how the specifically transnational character of Post-Impressionism connected with this sense of national value in early 20th century Scotland?
Yeah, it was actually the other way around, because they were unusual in not collecting Scottish art, but they were you know, quite a few people collected with a view to leaving their works of art to posterity. Certainly, I mean, the primacy of French art at that time is an interesting thing, and the duration of that primacy, I think, is something which we might want to discuss further. But you know, generally speaking, most collectors were interested in supporting, I think, as I said in the conversation, supporting contemporary Scottish art. And to a certain extent, they also bought, you know, they weren't completely anti-English, they did buy English art. It was mainly to do with the availability of art. Some of them would have bought, you know, Scandinavian art, for example, and there are examples of Scandinavian art, for example, in the Workman collection. So, you know, they weren't completely fixed on French art, but it is to do with what the dealers were promoting at the time. And generally speaking, well, in Scotland at any rate, they were promoting contemporary Scottish art and avant-garde French art. And in England, you know, obviously it was easier to get hold of the work of, you know, someone like David Crowell Thompson was promoting the London Impressionists. So it is to do with what's available at the time, and not necessarily to do with the attitudes of the collectors, I think.
There's a follow-up by the same, by Samuel Raybone as well, to that, in which he refers to the recent volume that you co-edited, Francis, on global impressionism, and again, to the way in which Impressionism's reception is inflected nationally by particular cultures, assumptions, and contexts, and so forth. He says that, did those dynamics play out any differently for Post-Impressionism? I mean, can we differentiate, I suppose, Post-Impressionism from those varied reception?
Well, I mean, again, I could talk from a Scottish perspective. There's a very close link between, for example, the Scottish colourists and the collecting of Post-Impressionist art. They were both going to. The thing is that everything's happening at different times, because the artists go to France, they see the work of avant-garde French artists, they then bring back their ideas to Britain, and then their work is then displayed. And in some ways, I think that helped collectors to adapt to the kind of the more formal qualities of Post-Impressionist art. But at the same time, someone like Leslie Hunter, a Scottish colourist, was obsessed with Matisse, and he convinced also Cezanne, the colourists worshipped Cezanne, and they helped to convince Alex Reid to sell these works in Scotland, which is one of the reasons why the Scottish were quite early. I mean, I haven't touched on that because actually the Maitlands were quite retrospective in their collecting, but Scots were actually quite advanced in their taste for Post-Impressionism. I hope that answers the question.
Anybody else for that? Any thoughts on that? Anna, do you have any thoughts about this?
I'm not quite sure whether you're referring to artists of different nationalities who are responding to Post-Impressionism, or whether you're talking about collecting, because they are slightly different things, as just indicated. But I mean, certainly when Fry talks about the transnational presence of Post-Impressionism in 1910, he's not referring to the original, what he sees as the original Post-Impressionist. He's referring to, he actually names the countries: Britain, America, Russia. He has a long list of countries where he thinks that we need to see that they are also Post-Impressionist. So he was never specifically French orientated, perhaps in the way that some people have thought he was. He always wanted to be more encompassing. And of course, in the second Post-Impressionist, there was a Russian section selected by Boris Anrep, and also to a British section.
I mean, obviously, we're going to have a lot more opportunity to connect with these questions as the conference goes on. Thanks both. I've got a question from Bridget, which is about how the Carnegie shows in Pittsburgh compare with the Armory and shows in Chicago in terms of art and artists exhibited, as well as audience and influence. Andrea, you're nodding. Can I turn to you?
I don't have much to add. I haven't studied the Carnegie shows in detail. I know that Gaylord had a work included, and I think 1930 Carnegie Annual. And I was thinking, I can't think of the reference. There's a big Carnegie show very soon after the Armory show that's kind of a continuation of that narrative, but it's been a while since I read that source, so I don't have much else to contribute, I'm afraid.
James.
Well, from studying the Carnegie shows at around this time, they do seem to sort of reflect that sort of sense of competing currents, as they sort of the figurative work from not just British and American, but from mainland Europe was of a very different sort. So the French artists that were really well represented there were Charles Cortet and René Xavier Prinet were amongst the French artists. While in 1910, Nikolai Fechin, the Russian artist, whose work is sort of quite loosely painted, he started to become very popular. So it seems to be almost a sort of different sort of market, really.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Can I just? Martin Hammer's written to in a way I think it directly connects with what you you said last, actually, Anna. So he notes that the reclamation of native or nativist, primitivist idioms is also something that's happening in Germany and Russia, just as much as it happens in Britain or the US. And he connects that to a sort of response or repudiation of what's perceived as a dominant influence from France. And I guess what you said about Fry and the eclectic character of what Fry is after seems, quite specifically seems to be after. In a way, I guess that slightly complicates that view of it. Or does it reinforce it? That actually it's a sense of the dominance of French art that's driving that eclecticism of Fry's.
Well, I'm not quite sure what you mean by eclecticism in this instance. I mean, it's such a complicated thing, isn't it? And I think that the very controversial exhibition in New York all those years ago now on primitivism in the century art really made us feel very wary of discussing ways, because it would be very wrong to simply look at the kinds of connections between so-called primitive art, 20th century art. But on the other hand, I think it's very interesting that Fry immediately not only talks about something which he sees to be decorative, also sees that it can in fact be something which can connect to emotions. He uses those two words in his preface to the Manet and Post-Impressionist catalogue. And emotional is kind of an interesting idea, isn't it? Because it's about finding a self, in a sense. It's about shedding a particular convention, a particular kind of protocol, and either living, expressing in your art, voicing a particular idea in a way which is free from those kinds of constraints that we ever can be free from. At least that's the way I would interpret it. D.H. Lawrence, Women in Love, or the way in which the Bloomsbury group conducted their lives. I mean, there are all kinds of ways in which we can interpret emotional, which are not just to do with the visual manifestation of that. And it would actually be, I think Martin's point is a very good one. I think it would be far more interesting in a way to look at that rather than simply look at the visual, so-called on these different groups.
If I could build on that, I think, so many primitivist movements at various places and times are about a kind of anti-modernity, right? So a rejection of the urban, a rejection of cosmopolitanism, even as it's often being perpetrated by very cosmopolitan artists. So I was really interested in one of the connections between my and James' paper, which is finding Americanness in the rural, right? So Homer being associated with nature. And that was, I think, one of the same impulses motivating American artists in the 20s to collect folk art that was associated with the rural, a more essentially pre-modern American thing that they wanted to capture and use to, move their own art forward. In terms of the connection with Russian primitivism, one of Gaylord's panels is called Rite of Spring, and I really he couldn't have seen the Ballet Russe's production of Rite of Spring, but he must have read about it. And I'm thinking about that sense of the succès de scandale and him maybe kind of wanting to grasp onto that by naming one of his panels that.
And then a bit later on from this period, there's still sort of that strand of the primitive does sort of crop up in St Ives, and sort of the work of Alfred Wallace inspiring Ben Nicholson and Christopher Wood, and that almost the untaught artist, the idea that the untaught artist can bring lessons to the educated so-called artist about how to use form and color.
Yeah, in fact, I thought of him when Andrea was talking about Gaylord. It'd be an interesting connection to pursue, I think.
Joost van der Hoeven, who's going to talk later on, picks up something that I think Anna and Andrea probably discussed earlier, which is the use of the word primitivism. I mean, language does seem quite important here in all sorts of ways. The term, post-impressionism itself and so forth, which James indicated in talking about Hind. But it seems to be true, is it not, Andrea, that this word primitivism is not one that's used contemporaneously?
Right. Yeah, I see primitivism as a term that's applied retroactively by art historians, as in the 1984 show. And Gaylord himself, I don't think he might even use the word primitive himself. Again, I think he was a little unconscious of those influences, but the term actually gets applied to him. Interestingly, one of his colleagues sees him as kind of naive and calls him not a mature artist or man. And then later on, because of this sort of faux naive style, he gets lumped in with modern primitives. So he gets shown with folks like Horace Pippin. And so it's interesting to me the way he himself defies these distinctions between insider and outsider. He's very socially integrated into the art world. We see that he's been influenced by mainstream modernism, but then kind of gets shifted into this conversation of later called self-taught or outsider or modern primitive artists.
I just want to, I'm almost out of time, but I'd just like to slip in a question from Belinda Thompson, which is a very good one in this context, I think. The word synthetic or synthesist was very much to the fore in the critical writing in France around 1890. Did that word reappear in the writings of the critics addressing post-impressionism that you've discussed today?
Yes. Well, Fry, in fact, thought initially of calling the exhibition an exhibition.
I'm sorry, Anna, you're
sorry, I don't know what's wrong. Sorry. Fry himself thought that he would call his exhibition an exhibition of synthesis initially, but then derived or found this term post-impressionism. So yes, it is something that's still being discussed.
It's an expression that's actually used, but Belinda will probably know this, by Patrick Geddes in Scotland at an even earlier stage. And when there are these artists who you could, who are really more kind of symbolist artists, but uses the same expression, synthetism or synthesism.
Yes, well, that may have come from Lucien Pizarro, because Lucien's presence in London really hasn't been appreciated, I don't think, in the way in which it should be. And he certainly is disseminating ideas which originate in Paris throughout that circle in the 1890s. And you get people like the poet John Gray using the term in a letter to Fenian, where he says, we're synthetists like you, essentially. So it's not a term which is unfamiliar. And again, Fry would have come across it through his association with that circle.
That's fascinating, particularly about John Gray. Fantastic beginning for the first couple of sessions. Thank you, everybody. We must come to an end, I think, because there is now a lunch break, and we'll reconvene at 1:20. So apologies to those of you who whose questions I didn't ask, and I refer you particularly to Richard Shift and John Klein on the chat, which we can all see. Thanks, and I'll see you at 1:20.
Welcome to session 3, Post-Impressionism in the United States, Collecting and Exhibitions. We have 2 papers in this session. The first comes from Susan Frank of the Phillips collection in Washington, The Influence of Roger Fry's Vision and Design on Duncan Phillips' Aesthetic Vision and Exhibition Strategy at the Phillips collection. Welcome, Susan. There you go.
I think we're going now. All right. So I want to thank Anna Grutzner-Robbins and Liz Childs for inviting me to participate today. The Phillips collection is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year, 2021. And so this is a really significant milestone that encourages renewed attention to our founder, Duncan Phillips, and the origin of his aesthetic vision that are inseparable from the exhibitions, the gallery hangings, and publications that animated his museum from its very beginnings at the close of World War I. During the 1910s to the early 1930s, Phillips not only read contemporary criticism, but wrote pages of notes that assisted the formulation of his own opinions. Key influences on his changing ideals between 1914 and 1935 include, but are not limited to, Walter Pater, Clive Bell, and especially Roger Fry. Phillips began his career as a critic in 1912. He held conservative views and advocated for an art of realism with stylistic affinities to old master works, believing that art should express the artist's personality and respect tradition. The Armory Show challenged him and shocked him. The founding of the Phillips Memorial Art Gallery at the end of 1918 forced Phillips to focus on his aesthetic viewpoint in order to establish a strategy for acquisitions, exhibitions, and educational programs. His intention was to acquire only those works of art that appealed to his own sensibilities, with the focus primarily on contemporary American art, but Phillips also began acquiring European art in 1920 and 21. He acquired El Greco's The Repentant St. Peter for the collection in late 1922, and he promptly included it in an installation in his main gallery, where he juxtaposed it next to Magnasco's The Shipwreck and Courbet's The Glen at Ornon, with a group of landscapes by the American Impressionists Ernest Lawson, Julian Alden Weir, and John Henry Twatman. Having read Clive Bell's 1913 book, Art, in the mid-1910s, the comparisons in this installation were built upon Bell's concept that art speaks across time and geography without respect to artistic movements. And here in this installation, the comparisons were intended to underscore the intensity of emotion expressed through flickering light and the distortion of motifs. As Phillips continued to educate himself in artistic criticism during the museum's early years, he delved ever more deeply into the writings of contemporary critics, especially focusing his attention on Roger Fry's vision and design around 1923 and 24. Phillips' personal copy of Fry's book, Vision and Design, rests in the museum archives, where his pencil underlining and marginal notes are easily seen and read. Phillips also copied passages from Fry's essay in aesthetics into a journal that we date to 1923-24, and he separately drafted a manuscript titled Notes from Roger Fry's Vision and Design, Art and Life. By 1924, Phillips Museum had been open for over 2 years, and Phillips was increasingly open to the idea of abstraction, but he needed an aesthetic framework to understand and ultimately embrace it. Fry's views, although close to those of Bell, which Phillips had previously rejected in the mid-1910s, were more convincing to Phillips by 1924. In his separate notes, Phillips wrote out long quotations from different essays, especially from Art and Life, in which Fry argued that throughout history, art developments and life occurrences have not been dependent upon or reflective of one another. Fry's articulated belief that subject matter is generally irrelevant since the overall emotional idea in a work comes through its formal elements, struck a chord with Phillips that he was ready to accept. Phillips copied, paraphrased, and emphatically underlined Fry's words on pages 7 and 8, the bottom of page 7 and page 8. And I'm going to quote here from Phillips' paraphrase. When once representation had been pushed to the limit, it was inevitable that artists should question the validity of the assumption that the aim of art is representation. Thus, the greatest revolution in art since the time when Greco-Roman Impressionism was followed by Byzantine formalism seems to have been inevitable. This revolution dates from Cezanne. The aim was to reestablish purely aesthetic criteria in place of the criterion of conformity to appearance, the rediscovery of the principles of structural design and harmony. So although Fry's original text was written as it was this revolution that Cézanne inaugurated and that Gauguin and Van Gogh continued, Phillips focused on Fry's reference to Cezanne, which clarified for the young American director Cézanne's intent, giving Phillips motivation to think of Cezanne and other post-impressionist artists as important for the collection. Fry's essay on El Greco was particularly important to Phillips, who underlined numerous passages that put El Greco's art in perspective with other artists. That Fry saw in Cezanne the re-emergence of Greco's dynamic forms combined with the calming unity of Poussin opened a door in Phillips' mind and eye. Quite specifically, Fry's linking of styles through history to strengthen his assertions that art maintains its own cyclical development, separate from other facts, and that art's main idea or emotion comes from within its formal elements rather than from the likeness of motifs to outside reality, were transformative ideas for Phillips as he considered acquisitions and exhibition strategy in the second half of the 1920s. Notably, in 1925, Phillips acquired a first Cézanne, the 1886-87 Mont Saint-Victoire. He acquired a first Gauguin, the 1901 Idyll of Tahiti, and also Redon's Mystery from about 1910. By 1926, Phillips' initial distrust of abstraction had gradually transformed into understanding, a fact made evident by comments in his 1926 book, A Collection in the Making. And I'm quoting, "To the extent that we enjoy pictures for their own sake and not because of their resemblance to or the reminders of the life and literature we leave behind, we are sharing a painter's point of view. However unrepresentative, paintings can train our observant powers by focusing them on aspects and effects, colors, line, patterns of forms in space, rhythmical arrangements of various kinds." In his comprehensive introductory essay, which is essentially a mission statement for the museum, Phillips refers to Cezanne as epoch making and to El Greco as a prophet of modern painting, the first great expressionist in art. An inveterate list maker of his best purchases to date and works to pursue, Phillips also articulated a desire in Collection in the Making to acquire a Cezanne still life, which he ultimately did in 1939, and also to search for works by Van Gogh, Seurat, and Matisse for the collection, artists who had never before been on any of Phillips' lists. The first example of what was believed to be a Seurat, now reattributed to Albert Dubois-Pillet, entered the collection in early 1927. But a drawing and a small oil by Seurat were added in 1939 and 1940, respectively. The first Van Gogh was acquired in 1928, Fields, but it was quickly traded in 1929 for Women of the Fields. And the following year, 1930, Phillips traded again as in order to acquire the monumental entrance to the public gardens in Arles. Two additional Van Goghs entered the collection in 1949 and 1952, the Road Menders and the House at Auvers, giving the museum three major works from the last 2 years of Van Gogh's life. 1928 also saw Phillips acquire Cézanne's self-portrait from 1887-1880 when the artist was about 40 years old. This is the first self-portrait by Cezanne to enter an American museum. Between 1925 and 1955, Phillips built an in-depth unit of 7 Cezanne works, 6 oils and a lithograph, all dating from the last 28 years of the artist's life. Cezanne is the only one of the core group of post-impressionists that Phillips acquired with such depth. Fry's formalist ideas can be linked as well to Phillips' altered exhibition strategy that began in February 1927 in a main gallery installation titled Sensibility and Simplification in Ancient Sculpture and Contemporary Painting. This exhibition revealed not only the influence of formalist critics like Fry, but also Phillips' personal affinity for expressionistic temperaments in art. Phillips' predominant concern was to reveal that artists through history, whom he views as having similar temperaments, arrive at comparable stylistic methods to present their ideas. The show was different from previous Phillips exhibitions in that it focused on the formal elements of line, color, mass, space, and light, rather than on the manipulation of a subject matter as a basis for evaluating works of art. And this is reminiscent of Phillips' focus on the formal elements for looking at works of art that he singled out in his rewriting of Fry's essay on aesthetics around 1924. This 1927 exhibition served as a visual celebration of Phillips' full acceptance of Fry's theories. The symbolic centerpiece of the show was the recently acquired Akhenaten period Egyptian limestone bust of a young man that he positioned in front of the 1924 abstraction, Voice of Many Waters by the American artist Augustus Vincent Tack. To either side, Phillips displayed paintings by 4 artists he considered the instigators of the return to formalist concerns among modern artists. To our right, you see Cézanne's Mont Saint-Victoire and the small painting that was then thought to be a Seurat, and identified both of these as forming, and I'm quoting here, the foundations on which the entire edifice of our new painting is based. In his essay accompanying the exhibition, Phillips wrote of Cézanne's resourceful use of structural brushwork, spatial extension, and organization into pattern, and of Seurat's orchestrations with rhythms of line. The other 2 artists to our left were Phillips' own additions to the 4 founding greats, and they are the Americans John Henry Twatman and Maurice Prendergast. On facing walls, Phillips then traced various lineages of formal expression among the contemporary artists recently acquired for the collection. Matisse, Bonnard, and Vuillard are on the left wall. They are in conversation with the watercolors of the American John Marin on the opposite wall. Phillips considered Bonnard and Marin the 2 most fascinating contemporary practitioners of the instinctive mode of painting at this time. In October 1928, Phillips installed an exhibition in the lower gallery that he titled Art is Symbolical, demonstrating that he had thoroughly assimilated the formalist ideas and methods of Fry. The catalog essay for Art is Symbolical reads like Fry's history of formal consciousness in art that begins with Giotto and concludes with Derain. Phillips displayed El Greco's The Repentant St. Peter as an early example of painting in which, and I'm quoting here, color and form are identified as one symbol, and truth of motion and truth of spatial extension are achieved by deliberate distortion of drawing. Phillips traced El Greco's influence through the inclusion of paintings by Daumier, Ryder, Van Gogh, the presumed Seurat, Tack, and Cézanne's Mont Saint-Victoire. When the entire house was ultimately opened to the public as the museum in 1930, Phillips did a special exhibition in the lower gallery that he titled, or the main gallery that he titled Modern Art and Its Sources, in which he once again flanked the El Greco with Cézanne's Mont Saint-Victoire, and he put Gauguin's Idyll of Tahiti on the adjacent wall with Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party. On the wall opposite the Renoir, Phillips placed Daumier's The Uprising, the largest Daumier in North America. And the Egyptian head, once again, is a central focus. Phillips' exhibitions of 1927 and 1928 became the models for future displays of the collection. Phillips chose recent formalist theory as the framework for the organization, the choice, and display in the collection. He found in the formalism of Roger Fry, as well as that of Clive Bell in the 1930s, a successful method for interpreting works of art from the inside out and making a wide range of styles comprehensible to many viewers. The collection's formalist underpinnings still serve as a manner of interpretation at the museum today, 100 years later, even as we expand our collection in new directions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. And now we pass on to Sandra Zalman of the University of Houston, whose paper is Post-Impressionism at MoMA, Then and Now.
All right, thank you. I want to begin by thanking, of course, Liz and Anna for organizing this conference and to the Courtauld for hosting it. For many decades, The Bather by Paul Cézanne was the first work of art that viewers encountered when they entered MoMA's permanent collection galleries. In many ways, The Bather best encapsulated certain formal priorities of modern art, situated Cézanne as a forerunner of Picasso, and in its depiction of a traditional theme with modern techniques, was not immediately alienating to the museum visitor. Indeed, the painting's imagery reflected MoMA's conception of the prototypical museum goer's own stroll through the galleries, a thoughtful man stepping forth into new aesthetic territory. As the centerpiece in a larger gallery dedicated to the Post-Impressionists, The Bather also embodied the influence of Roger Fry's scholarship on the Museum of Modern Art. Alfred Barr, the museum's founding director, had met Fry in London in 1927. That same year, Barr described Fry as, quote, organizer of the first Post-Impressionist exhibition in England, the most brilliant English art critic supporting the modern aesthetic, ma non troppo. Ma non troppo, oops, sorry. But not too much also describes The Bather's pace and MoMA's. While at times MoMA has been characterized as a radical institution, more often it has taken a steady approach to introducing audiences to modern art. Perhaps the best example of this was the museum's inaugural exhibition, where The Bather was first featured when the museum opened its doors on November 7th, 1929. Against the inauspicious backdrop of the American stock market crash, the museum's founders, Abby Aldrich Rockefeller, Mary Sullivan, and Lily P. Bliss, recognized that the fledgling museum would need to cultivate the cultural cachet of a respected institution in order to stand on its own. In dedicating the first show to Cezanne, Gauguin, Seurat, Van Gogh, MoMA opened with an exhibition that deliberately avoided the experimental. By 1929, the Post-Impressionists were hardly at the forefront of the avant-garde. To establish their historical position, Barr opened the exhibition catalog by highlighting the artist's dates of death. And it was important strategically that this first exhibition featured painters who had been certified by critics like Roger Fry, whose famous book on Cezanne had been published in London 2 years earlier. John Elderfield reports, quote, Barr unquestionably was influenced by Fry. The conclusion seems inescapable that 1880 was eventually recognized as an appropriate date for the Moderns collection to begin, because it was then that Cezanne founded classic modernism in Fry's and Barr's interpretation, end quote. I would say it's not quite that simple, but we can discuss later. Barr's forward to the catalog also underscored the foundational role Cezanne played. Quote, 4 men of previous generations were especially honored as pioneers who founded new traditions and, more important perhaps, rediscovered old ones. They are Cezanne and Seurat, Gauguin and Van Gogh. Barr's language is particularly interesting as he worked to position Cezanne, Seurat, Gauguin, and Van Gogh as key innovators, but securely situated in the past. They belong to previous generations. They were pioneers who rediscovered traditions. For Barr, Post-Impressionism did not represent a clean break, but a revision of past practices. Yet, Barr writes, they were so revolutionary that their work is still subject to misunderstanding. For a recalcitrant few, they are the battleground of controversy. Those are Barr's words. So MoMA gets to have it both ways. They were both groundbreaking and foundational, widely celebrated, but to that myopic minority, perpetually provocative. The controversy, of course, never materialized. As museum president A. Conger Goodyear recalled of this first show, quote, for this once, and only this once, not a finger of scorn was pointed, end quote. Over 47,000 people visited the exhibition, and numbers increased rather than decreased as the 4 weeks passed. A decade later, Fortune magazine declared that exhibition the one that, quote, really established the museum as the one public museum in the US devoted just to modern art. And on the museum's 15th anniversary, the exhibition was hailed, or recalled as a smash hit. The result was such a distinguished collection of paintings by the four great ancestors of modern art as America had never seen before. Its tremendous popular success proved that although the general public was unfamiliar with the paintings, it was a great deal more than ready for them. Opening with such established artists proclaimed the museum's ambitions without testing the waters too much. Still, the museum's location on the 12th floor of the Heckscher building did challenge the conception of a traditional museum. To reach the rented rooms of MoMA, one had to take the elevators past the other tenants: Dazzling Advertising Agency, Metropolis Film Company, Shrugwell Real Estate. Though the building's lobby is well appointed, the museum's walls are quite bare, what would later be termed the white cube aesthetic. And we can ascribe this new aesthetic to Barr, who, though he had initially been opposed to the show and did not select the paintings, did install the exhibition himself. MoMA's second show, I'm showing a painting, of course, of Fry's second Post-Impressionist exhibition. MoMA's second show, Paintings by 19 Living Americans, was much more contemporary, but generated far less interest. Attendance was disappointing. The exhibition had been designed to be deliberately eclectic, and Barr stressed its arbitrariness in the catalog when he proclaimed that in place of these 19, other artists could have been substituted. The museum's third show of the School of Paris proved that the first was not a fluke. Attendance exceeded the first show, and an average of 1,500 people per day squeezed into the galleries. European artists, particularly those with an established critical pedigree, ensured the new museum a much-needed audience. The Bay there soon came to embody MoMA's first challenge as an institution. The painting next went on view during the 1931 Memorial Exhibition, following MoMA co-founder and then vice president Lizzie Bliss's death. When Bliss died, she left her impressive collection of around 100 Post-Impressionist works to MoMA, with the proviso that the museum needed to raise funds to sustain the donation and, of course, ensure the ongoing existence of the museum itself. Prior to the Bliss bequest, MoMA's collection had consisted of a few works of art donated piecemeal by various trustees. The prospect of such a major acquisition now prompted the museum to clarify its collecting policy. Museum President Goodyear announced in December 1931 that the permanent collection will not be unchangeable. It will have somewhat the same permanence that a river has. These are photographs from the Bliss collection. Goodyear's conception was not necessarily in conflict with the Bliss bequest, since Bliss's will stipulated that all but 3 works could be sold by MoMA to acquire others. And these are the 3 that she insisted would remain. In Barr's famous Torpedo Diagrams of 1933, the museum was to shed works in its collection to the Metropolitan when they were older than 50 years and had proved their status as masterpieces. However, as John Elderfield has pointed out, in 1933, when Barr was endorsing the policy of a collection of works no more than 50 years old, that policy did not compete with the conception of modern art as beginning with the classic Cezanne of the 1880s. Nor did it seriously endanger the Bliss bequest, because only 5 of the 22 Cezannes was earlier than 1883. The Bliss bequest was catalyzing for the young museum, but it also marked a crossroads. When the Bather officially entered the museum's collection in 1934, its accession number reveals its primacy for the museum. It was designated the first object acquired by MoMA from the 100+ works of the Bliss bequest. Virtually overnight, MoMA now maintained the largest collection of late 19th century painting of any North American museum after the Art Institute in Chicago. MoMA's holdings in Post-Impressionism offered an early stabilizing force for the 5-year-old museum. Critics hailed it, quote, "The bequest is a nucleus around which to build, a magnet for other collections, a continual living reply to the doubters," and there were many, "a passing on of the torch, a goodly heritage. It begins the transition of the museum from a temporary place of exhibition to a permanent place of lasting acquisitions," end quote. Barr considered Bliss's donation to be the cornerstone of MoMA's collection. Despite this, a 1938 article bemoaned the neglected post-impressionist works. Quote, "Indeed, except when they are circulating around the country in traveling loan exhibitions, the masterpieces of Cézanne, Picasso, Van Gogh, and the rest of the priests and prophets of modern art are stuffed into wooden bins in a storeroom, like so many dress suits waiting to be rented." The tension between MoMA's experimental temporary exhibitions and a semi-permanent collection, grounded in Post-Impressionism, came to a head in 1943. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm showing you a slide of how important the Bliss bequest was, how it was reported in newspapers, especially foregrounding Cezanne. The tension between MoMA's experimental temporary exhibitions and a semi-permanent collection grounded in Post-Impressionism came to a head in 1943 when Barr was removed from the directorship following exhibitions of self-taught artists that embarrassed the trustees, Morris Hirschfield, Joe Malone. The following year, critic Emily Genauer challenged MoMA's institutional judgment, asking, "How does it justify the purchase of Van Gogh's Starry Night for over $25,000? One answer might have been found in the extreme popularity of MoMA's 1935 Van Gogh exhibition, which was seen by 100,000 people in New York alone. MoMA offered the exhibition as a traveling show to other institutions for the then exorbitant rental fee of $1,800, and usual rental fees were around $1,500 to $500. And still 61 museums in the country vied for the exhibition, though only 9 could be accommodated. Barr's purchase of Starry Night in 1941, fittingly made possible through sales from the Bliss bequest, made MoMA the first New York museum to own a Van Gogh painting. And yet, despite Van Gogh's surprising lack of representation in New York, Genauer found Van Gogh to be practically an old master, characterizing the museum as showcasing only sure things and shockers. In delineating this dichotomy, Genauer unconsciously acknowledges how MoMA's post-impressionist collection allowed for its more avant-garde agenda in other areas of the museum. I'm showing you on the other side of the screen how administrators at MoMA were like hand-wringing about what to transfer to the Metropolitan Museum and when, and rating all these paintings. MoMA's post-impressionist holdings, which were considered practically classic by the 1940s and therefore in danger of transfer to the Metropolitan Museum, simultaneously gave implicit license to the more experimental aspects of MoMA's temporary exhibitions. In 1944 alone, that program included exhibitions of modern Cuban painting, photographs of Manzanar, the incarceration site of 120,000 Japanese Americans, the Migration series by Jacob Lawrence, and designer Norman Bell Getty's war maneuver models. The innovations of the photography, architecture, and film departments may have contributed to the decision in 1945 to dedicate precious gallery space, which was always in short supply, to an ongoing display of painting and sculpture. Barr advocated that such a display was necessary to contextualize the more radical temporary exhibitions, or perhaps to diffuse them via proximity to acknowledged masters. By putting post-impressionism on perpetual view, MoMA could both ensure its legitimacy and promote an experimental agenda. However, when it came time to installing the display of the collection in 1945, a time when Cezanne and the Post-Impressionists were already considered the undisputed founders of modern art, Barr, with curator Dorothy Miller, opened the story of modern art with art of the common man, that is, self-taught artists. And this is an interesting theme that can continue from our morning discussion. Even once the agreement with the Metropolitan was dissolved in 1953, Barr did not move Post-Impressionism to the first gallery of the newly permanent collection. And there you see the first gallery, and peeking behind, of course, is the Bather. And when MoMA completed its major edition of 1964, an expansion motivated specifically to increase space in its unrivaled collection of modern art, still Post-Impressionism remained in the second room, not the first. So, I've colorized these. I've inserted the paintings here. Here's a 1954 installation where Barr again put self-taught art first, and then the Bather. And here is the 1964 installation. Rousseau is first, and then Post-Impressionism. Instead, it was William Rubin's reinstallation following Barr's retirement in 1967 that foregrounded the seminal role that Post-Impressionism plays in the permanent collection, and in parallel, the development of modern art. Rubens' installation has so effectively overshadowed bars that many ascribe it to Barr. And here are some of Rubens' installations. So when Anne Temkin and the MoMA team were reinstalling MoMA's galleries in 2019, they were especially thinking of this installation of the bather and this idea of the hero wall, and Cezanne and the bather being the hero that kind of introduces you to this story of modern art. And Anne Temkin says that she wanted to kind of destabilize that story. So today, the 4 post-impressionists of MoMA's first exhibition occupy an important, if less sanctified, place in the Museum of Modern Art. Only 9 of the paintings from the Bliss bequest remain in MoMA. Van Gogh's Starry Night, which is the established crowd favorite, is in a corner. So its many admirers can admire it without hindering crowd flow. And Seurat, Van Gogh, Gauguin, and Cézanne are represented in the first room, though their accomplishments are no longer presented as leading directly to the breakthrough of Cubism. While the recent reinstallation downplays Cézanne's previously uncontested role as a necessary introduction to modernist painting and sculpture, it highlights another avenue, picking up on a different thread of MoMA's early history. The room of post-impressionists is now called 19th Century Innovators, and it is followed by a gallery focusing on early photography. This may be an homage to an adjacent conviction of Barr's about modernism, that it was a multimodal, multi-medium story. Under Barr, MoMA was the first museum in the country to establish departments of photography, film, and even dance. Placing the post-impressionists in conversation with photography also uncovers another version of painting's history, one referenced by Vogue magazine in 1945. It is amusing to remember that all that resentment and rancor was prompted by the simple fact that the modernists, with Cézanne at their head, had so wearied of the constricting shackles of the camera that they had dared to depart from photographic exactitude and created more evocative equivalents of what the camera might reveal. It is worthwhile to note that Cézanne painted the bather, this insistent departure from academic painting and the constricting shackles of the camera, from a studio photograph of a model. MoMA's new installation pushes these painters back into conversation with photography and shows them to be at once turning from this new technology while also striding forward, ma non troppo. Thank you.
Thank you very much for 2 really challenging papers, I think, which certainly have made me think again about Fry and his importance for American museums. I certainly knew that Barr had met Fry in 1927 and I think takes a lot from, from his post-impressionism. I didn't know about the eulogy he gave to Fry in 1920. It was fascinating. But first of all, perhaps I could ask Susan a couple of questions about Phillips, who I think, as you were speaking, presumably Phillips didn't, Fry didn't publish any books until Vision and Design came out in 1920. So he becomes a much better known critic at that point. He was a very prolific critic, but his writings hadn't been gathered together until that point. And presumably that's when Phillips began to take an interest in him, is it? Or did he know of his writings earlier? I wasn't quite sure from what you...
Well, Phillips knew of Fry. I know we can document his awareness of Fry's writings from an exchange of letters at the end of 1920 between Duncan Phillips and the collector Dickran Kalikian, because Kalikian was getting ready to sell his collection, and Phillips was, interested in knowing more, and Kalikian sent Phillips Roger Fry's article that had been published in the Burlington magazine that year, 1920, that was about Kalikian's collection. And that article featured a reproduction and discussion of Delacroix's Paganini. And Phillips picked up on that immediately and made certain to have John Krausauer buy that painting for the Phillips collection when the Kalikian collection went to auction. And Phillips included Fry's discussion about that painting in the back of a collection in the making, where he lists all of the works that were then in the collection in 1926.
Mhm.
So, you know, Phillips had awareness, you know, he was, you know, looking to go and find critics and material, but it was really Fry's book, Vision and Design, that kind of collected these different essays over time that Phillips was able to kind of do a deep dive into in 1924.
Yes, I mean, it looked absolutely fascinating. I would love to read all those annotations. But it did occur to me actually that Phillips was in a very unique position because he was able to put those ideas into practice in the exhibitions which he curated subsequently. I mean, Fry never had that opportunity to put a Cezanne next to an old master painting in the way that I'm sure he would have liked to have done, because, you know, immediately in 1910, he makes a comparison between Cezanne and Cezanne, I think. You know, it's so exciting to hear about those exhibitions and the very imaginative way in which he's mixing both, you know, post-impressionist painting, but also impressionist painting with American paintings and old master paintings. I mean, how long did that kind of curatorial practice continue at the Phillips?
Forever. We still do it today.
We still do it today, yes. Oh, I wish I lived in Washington. I wish I lived in Washington. It's very fashionable now to think of exhibitions that way, but very, very unusual at the time. Absolutely fascinating.
I just wanted to mention that 1927 installation that featured Bonnard, Matisse, Vuillard on the wall opposite the John Marin watercolors, Phillips was so excited about that particular installation, and that was a period of time when Phillips was really experimenting more. He was calling his museum an experiment station. And he wrote to Alfred Barr about that installation and told him that that was going to set Washington's, you know, visitors, you know, give them a kind of bracing shock to see these American watercolors in conversation with contemporary French painting. But even more, Phillips wrote to the New York Herald, and he challenged the Metropolitan Museum of Art to go and follow him in this experimental mode and to set aside a dedicated space and a curator who could kind of play with works in the way that Phillips was doing.
Yes, but of course that doesn't happen in a broader way until much, much later. So, I mean, he was very much ahead of his time in that respect, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Presumably completely self-funding and not responsible to trustees, is that right?
That is correct.
Yes,
that is
yes.
correct.
Wonderful. And Sandra, I mean, in a sense, what I want to ask you about Barr is almost the opposite. I mean, we you know, the very first exhibition that he organizes with the Post-Impressionist canon, as we might describe them, is that the very first time that those four artists are brought together and exhibited on their own? Do you know?
I think on their own. I haven't done a comparative study, so I don't know. I mean, I know the Art Institute did have a very solid collection, but on their own, that's probably correct. Though Barr didn't want to do that as the first exhibition.
No.
And he wanted an American show. And he was eventually convinced that this would be a good show, and it was drawn mostly from the trustees' collection, so it seems also to be a pleasing show for the founders of the museum.
Mm-hmm. But it's interesting that he separates those four artists from the others who Fry had first grouped together as Post-Impressionists. I mean, of course, Fry's label encompassed a large number of other artists, but it was the major six, as it were, the big six who became known as Post-Impressionists initially. But of course, by the time that Barr put his exhibition together, few people would have thought that either Matisse or Picasso were Post-Impressionist. But I'm thinking
Barr was much more, I think, interested in Matisse and Picasso than he was in the Post-Impressionists, because the Post-Impressionists he thought of as historical by that point.
Yes, yes. But I'm thinking of the way I was taught at the University of Toronto a very long time ago as an undergraduate, and Rewald's History of Post-Impressionism and Mark Roscoe's The Post-Impressionists. You know, they were always presented as this very distinct historical group. And I wondered just how closely those kinds of books can be connected to that exhibition. I don't know how much it cemented itself on people's imagination as a way of thinking about those artists. I've never seen anything that looked at the connection between
I think, yeah,
particular
separating them
exhibition.
out. Yeah.
Mhm,
And then in Barr's famous Cubism and abstract art chart,
Yes,
she
yes.
puts them at the top.
Mhm. Yes, so they become 20th century artists at that point.
Yeah.
It's, I think, quite fascinating. And it really wasn't, I think, until Richard Schiff did his groundbreaking study of Cezanne that we remembered that Cezanne was not a artist.
Anna, I think we need to move to
Oh.
our quick break.
Yes, yes.
We
Thank
could
you very much to both speakers for really challenging and interesting papers about this issue. Thank you very much.
So we'll
Thank
just
you.
take 5 minutes to let you all know. We'll just take 5 minutes and come back and start session 4. So it's a brief break and we'll make up for it all. Thank you so much.
Welcome to our next session, session 4, which is Post-Impressionism in Russia. And our first speaker this afternoon is Ilya Doronchenkov from the Pushkin State Museum of Fine Arts, Moscow, who will talk about the avant-garde's Trojan Horse, the Golden Fleece exhibitions, Moscow 1908-1909, and the arrival of Post-Impressionism in Russia.
Dear colleagues, it's a great honor for me to speak at this conference, and great pleasure that it takes place at the Porto, where I had the chance to take classes more than 25 years ago. So my voice will be the first voice from beyond Britain and the United States. And I'll speak about 2 exhibitions, which were landmark shows for the process of adoption of new visual idiom in Russia in the turn of the century. For the first time, the works of Impressionists were demonstrated in St. Petersburg and Moscow as a part of a large French art exhibition in the fall of 1896, winter 1897. Most remarkable among 8 Impressionist works offered by Paul Durand-Ruel were a grain stack on sunlit by Claude Monet. It met a very mixed reaction in Russia, but in the long run became a symbol of painterly revolution. Vasily Kandinsky recalled much later that exactly the grain stack challenged for him the very idea of representational art. The same year, same month, first post-impressionist painter was present at an exhibition in Russia. It was Van Gogh, whose painting was included to a big exhibition of contemporary Dutch art and met zero attention of the public and press, to the extent that we in Russia still do not know which exactly carnations by Van Gogh were shown in St. Petersburg. On the turn of the century, several Muscovite businessmen developed a taste for modern French painting and started to assemble their collections. Before his untimely death in 1903, Mikhail Morozov brought to Moscow first 2 Gauguins and a Van Gogh. His younger brother Ivan, who started to buy Impressionists as early as 1903, in 1907 commissioned the first decorative ensemble from a contemporary French painter. It was The Story of Psyche by Maurice Denis. Finally, Sergei Shukin, who started his collection of contemporary French art in 1898, in summer 1908 began to buy most radical paintings by Matisse. In March 1905, a Moscow magazine, Art, published 25 works by modern French artists, including 13 from Shukin's collection. A line from the letter of Igor Grabay, painter and art critic, well acquainted with contemporary European art, helps us to feel what was modern French painting for advanced artistic milieu in Russia. He wrote to his fellow painter, "The World of Art magazine had photographed Shukin's collection last year. Now it looks like the art magazine is buying it. By God, it's a more important event than all recent political ones," unquote. To remind you what was going on in Russia in early 1905, let me just mention two events. On the 9th of January, governmental troops massacred peaceful protest demonstrations in St. Petersburg, with hundreds of people killed and wounded. And on the 4th of February, the Governor General of Moscow, Grand Duke Sergei, the uncle of the Tsar, was assassinated in the Kremlin by revolutionary terrorists. The Golden Fleece magazine was published in Moscow from January 1906 to the end of 1909. The last issue was issued in 1910. In the first half of 1906, the text of the magazine was bilingual, Russian and French. It demonstrates ambitions of the publisher and his team to promote contemporary Russian letters and arts in Europe. The whole appearance of the magazine was very telling. Expensive paper, large margins, stylish font, and last but not least, defiantly decadent cover design. All this was blamed as lack of good taste by the opponents of the new magazine from different camps. Made responsible for it the editor and the patron of the entire project, Nikolai Rebushinsky, the fifth son of among 13 children of an extraordinary rich old believers Muscovite family. Nikolai was a black sheep in this religious family. He achieved considerable notoriety because of his lifestyle, overspendings, exotic journeys, including New Guinea, scandalous love affairs, etc. For a while, the reputation of the magazine was overshadowed by the image of Nikolai Rebushinsky, without whose money and dedication, neither 4 years history of the magazine nor several important exhibitions of Russian modernism would be possible. It should be mentioned that he had ambitions of a painter and often exhibited at the shows organized by his magazine. So you could see one of the examples of his painting on the right. The Golden Fleece continued the tradition started by Seurat and his The World of Art journal. Artistic Chronicle in every issue covered foreign arts no less extensively than the domestic. Several cases has to be singled out when we speak about the influence of the Golden Fleece over the process of adoption of modern French art in Russia. In the first issue of 1909, 15 illustrations represented Gauguin sculpture, still far from being universally accepted, plus extracts from his Noir Noir. In the sixth issue of the same year, Notes of a Painter, a manifesto by Matisse, were published along with 17 reproductions of his works. According to Alfred Barr, I quote, "It was the most complete single publication on Matisse in any language before 1920. Intensive international contacts of the magazine wouldn't be possible without substantial French participation. Despite the French connections, all the Golden Fleece still require further research. It's clear that the key mediator was Alexander Mercerov, man of letters, a driving force of L'Abbé de Créteil, who was well connected with the Phillips and later Cubists. In 1906, he lived in Moscow, editing French part of the magazine, and next year returned to Paris with his Russian wife. One should have a closer look of Russian connections in this French milieu, for instance, Henri Lepaconier and Marusia Barannikov, his model and partner and later wife. Presumably through Mercero, the magazine was able to publish an important survey of modern French painting by Charles Maurice and a programmatic article by Maurice Denis from Gauguin and Van Gogh to Classicism. This choice of authors fitted well the ideology of the magazine, which propagated an integral subordinate in Russian creativity, realist symbolism, and mystical anarchism, the concepts developed by Russian symbolist writers who were authors of the Golden Age. These were the attempts to adjust symbolist aesthetics to demands of Russian society and the tradition of politically engaged intelligence. For our purpose, it is important to emphasize French and Russian critics of the Golden Fleece were doing their best to impose the ideologically charged interpretation of French after-impressionist art over post-impressionists and the poets. They saw impressionism as expression of mechanistic, cerebral, reproductive view of the world, which cannot produce an integral spiritual Weltanschauung. Let me quote Charles Maurice and his article, which was published on occasion of the 1908 Golden Fleece Salon. The Golden Fleece Salon, through art lovers, had the chance to be convinced that all prominent artists there could compete for the rank of a decorative painting. The new currents in French art are insistently call for poets to take an initiative. It is the word, I would even use Greek word logos, means order. It is the word that always must rule over chaos. Visual arts, after all marvelous recent technical discoveries of impressionism, demand order, as the society itself demands. It's a clear symbolist message which goes against the grain of the development of pure painting we're discussing in the context of Roger Fry's initiatives. Ideas of decorative aesthetic represented in the Nabi art and rooted as they believed, the critics believed in Gauguin and Cezanne, were of particular importance. The critics of the magazine, both Russian and French, were looking for spiritual Gesamtkunstwerk as the purpose of contemporary art. And in this sense, the ideology of symbolist authors of the Golden Fleece, I would put in a broader context of decorative aesthetics, how Gloria Groom are interpreted in her Beyond the Easily. In this sense, the exhibitions of 1908 and 1909, organized by the magazine, proved to be the Trojan horse of the future avant-garde. Organization, or the issue of organization, is still unresolved. We do not have an integral archive of the magazine, so its literary history is studied much more better than the history of its artistic initiatives. Sometimes scholars name Rябушинski and young Mikhail Larionov, the future leader of Russian avant-garde, named as responsible for the organization of the exhibition, but I do believe that the role of Alexander Mercero was much more important. We still do not know exactly from where these paintings came, but we can expect that a dozen of paintings presumably were presented at the Salon d'Automne of 1907. But majority definitely came from marchands and from the painters. Now we can say for sure that some paintings were given by Drouet, by Ambroise Vollard, but the most important contribution was made by Bernheim John brothers. And let me just mention that they have still unresearched and studied but long relations with Russia. Let me just mention that in 1897, Joseph Bernheim was decorated with the Russian Order. It's known also that the organizers of the exhibition approached two major Muscovite collectors of French art, Shukin and Morozov, but they reacted negatively and reserved from participation in the exhibition, which didn't prevent Morozov from buying from the show. And let me just briefly make kind of slideshow to demonstrate the development of aesthetics, development of style of Russian participants of the exhibition, which were clearly influenced by the French part of the show. The major part of Russian group was represented by young symbolist painters, and here we have Pavel Kuznetsov and his tapestry-like symbolist compositions, or Fyodor Utkin, who followed the same direction, or Martyros Saryan, an Armenian who exploded this sort of Orientalist modernist aesthetic. Plus, Mikhail Larionov, that time self-proclaimed impressionist, and his partner Natalia Goncharova. And now let's see what was presented in Moscow in the French part of the exhibition. It was surprisingly, it's relatively well documented in terms of visual information. It doesn't happen often with Russian exhibitions like that. There are several late works by Impressionists like Pissarro and Degas, Neo-Impressionists, Cézanne, Theo van Riesenberg, Signac, Theo van Riesenberg, some others. Symbolists like Georges de Vallière, Maurice Denis, who enjoyed popularity in Russia at that time. But most important in terms of development of Russian avant-garde was a small but very impressive art of Post-Impressionists. 3 Gauguins, 3 Cezannes. Now I can say that we know for sure these 2 paintings, and one Chateau Noir still can be distinguished. And 4 Van Goghs, 5 Van Goghs, including his Night Cafe. And let me just quote Igor Grabar, whom I already mentioned. He demonstrates not only the evaluation of this unconventional art by advanced Russian critics, but also the strategy which he borrows from Gustave Geffroy to explain pictures to the dead hair to the unprepared audience. He refers to classical quotation marks artistic values. A good Cezanne, I quote, is almost an old Venetian, and the first-class Van Gogh is not far from Rembrandt. His Night Cafe is a tremendous work that can rank with the great creations of the past. Ivan Morozov acquired this painting from the exhibition along with several works by the Phillips, and it clearly influenced recent developments of Russian painters. You see several examples here. They're quite superficial, but
so Ilya, I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt and say 1 more minute, please.
yeah, thank you. Just let me show you what was demonstrated by the Phillips, Terence, London. Here is Kes van Dongen. And tell briefly that the next year, the exhibition of 1909 was different in concept. No retrospective part, no post-impressionists and impressionists. The majority of painters were again Russians, and the French part was reduced to the Popes. What was indeed important is clearly marked trend towards Cubism, especially in the works of Georges Braque. And already here it was seen that the younger leaders of avant-garde refused to follow the symbolist agenda. Goncharova and Larionov already demonstrated influence of the Fauvist and post-impressionist aesthetics, which was proved by 1910 exhibition in the fall of 1909, early 1910. So since that moment, the neo-primitivism become the central concept for early Russian avant-garde, and I do believe that its rapid formation was influenced by physical presence of advanced French art in Moscow, especially in the first exhibition of the Golden Fleece 1908, which gave the Russian viewer, gave the Russian audience idea of the development of contemporary French art from Impressionism through Post-Impressionism to the folks. And after these exhibitions, French Post-Impressionism became for good a synonym in Russia for new painting and modern art. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. And our next speaker this afternoon is Katerina Lopina, who's an independent scholar from Helsinki. And she is going to speak about Moscow and Leningrad, displaying French modern art in the Soviet Union, 1920 to the 1950s.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for invitation. It's great to contribute to such a wonderful conference. Today's my topic is displaying French modern art in the Soviet Union. And I should start with the idea that traditionally Soviet Union art scene is seen as not very much vivid when we are talking about international exhibitions in the first half of the 20th century for the certain reasons. But anyway, around 100 exhibitions were organized in the USSR with international artists starting from 1917 to 1955. Several institutions were involved in the coordinating of such exhibitions, but when we're talking about French modern art, we should keep in mind only 3 of them, and they are the State Museum of the Modern Western Art, the State Hermitage Museum, and the State Pushkin Museum of Fine Arts. And of course, I cannot, like this, okay. And of course, 2 famous collections which were base for all these museum collections. Collection by Sergei Shukin and Ivan Morozov. I put their portraits to see how wonderful these men were. Just to give you an idea how tremendous these collections were, Shukin made his first purchase following a trip to Paris in 1897 when he bought his first Monet, and he was particularly notable for his long association with Matisse, who decorated his mansion and created one of his iconic painting, The Dance, especially for Shukin. And here you can see on the picture one of the halls at the Shukin mansion. It is a hall of Matisse and Gauguin, where the display was arranged by Shukin himself. And also another room, it is a hall of Picasso at the same mansion. So you can see how many brilliant works were in these private collections. But anyway, after October Revolution, these collections, as well as many of rich collections of art, were nationalized. And they became a basement for the collection of Museum of New Western Art. At the very beginning, this museum was situated in 2 buildings. Former mansion of Shukin, and the Museum of New Western Painting was opened in Moscow in April in 1919. First Museum of New Western Painting, and the second Museum of New Western Painting was opened in June of 1919 in the Shukin mansion. Several years later, administratively, these collections were merged together, and in 1928, Shukin branch was relocated because the building was given to another museum. Thus these 2 collections ended up together in the same building. And on the 3rd picture, you can see the renewed display with two collections all together. I should say that the New Museum of Western Art did a great job to promote, to display, and to inform audience about French modern art. They were organizing exhibitions, they were publishing catalogs, they were publishing monographs. For example, in 1920s, exhibition of Paul Cézanne, Paul Gauguin, Vincent van Gogh were arranged, as well as monographs on Cézanne, Picasso, and Monet were published. Also, administration and curators managed to publish a catalog of the collection, illustrated catalog of the collection, which was a great contribution to the knowledge of modern French art in those days. Unfortunately, only one exhibition was organized when the living artists could participate. It was also interesting how this project was realized, because of course there was support from French Ministry of Education and People's Commissariat of Education, but it was more or less only on the paper, and not very much money were involved, so a lot of enthusiasm was in need. And the person who was really contributing was Boris Ternovets, who was the director of the museum, and he did it with the help of Abram Efros, art critic, Soviet art critic, and Mikhail Larionov, avant-garde artist with a Russian background, living for a long time in Paris. They were arranging connections, they were bringing together works, they were organizing transportation, everything which was in need. And here you can see a picture with works by Léger and Lot, and of course brilliant Brancusi sculpture built in the space. Unfortunately, only this exhibition was organized on the first half of the 20th century because as I told, no money was involved actually in the exhibition process, and a lot of enthusiasm, and the enthusiasm ended right in the 1928 in the organization of huge exhibitions of French art. Anyway, the museum kept promoting art as much as it's possible. They were publishing, and Ternovets himself was the extensive writer, publishing articles on the collection, on the exhibition, publishing illustrations regarding the work of the collection. For example, you can see the cover of the magazine Red Niva, which was a popular magazine with beautiful Gauguin on the cover. Also, you can see a couple of tickets. So also promoting Picasso and Cézanne. The museum was working till 1940, till the beginning of the Second World War. Then the collection was evacuated, and after evacuation, it was standing closed for the public for 3 years, in 1945 till 1948. And in 1948, the museum was closed, and I will get back to it a bit later. In 1930s, focus of attention of art community shifted to another city, to Leningrad, and to the State Hermitage Museum. The case was that in 1930, State Hermitage Museum got the first portion of its huge and well-known, brilliant collection of French modern art. Of course, they received it from the Museum of New Western Art in Moscow. In those days, the system of exchanging of exhibits were a closed one. There was almost no inflow of works outside, and the only place where the State Hermitage Museum could get the collection of French artists was the museum in Moscow. What was the reason behind of this expand of the collection? Actually, since 1919, almost, the idea of State Museum Fund was formed in the intellectual space of museum people in Soviet Union. It means that all the works of art which were nationalized, they were free to move. The state was free to move it from one museum to another according to its own cultural policy or according to its bigger vision of how the heritage object and more contemporary object should be distributed on the territory of the big country, as well as selling works. That's the story about Night Cafe. The idea was to get to the State Hermitage Museum works of modern, or as they were seen in those days, contemporary artists. Museum has, in terms of those days, has the right for that, because starting from 1924 till the beginning of 1930, Hermitage was sending works of classical art to the Pushkin Museum, which was forming its collection and its galleries in those days. So Hermitage was expecting to get something back from Moscow. The discussion started already in 1924, but in practical negotiations, it led to in 1929. The funny moment was that when the state was ready to transfer these works from Moscow, it's happened that at the State Hermitage Museum there was any specialist in modern art. Everybody was specializing in classics, and when they were asked to make a list for a request, the list was following: one work by Bonnard, Van Gogh, Vlaminck, Vuillard, Degas, Denis, Carrière, Pissarro, Rousseau, Signac, Frias. Two works by Derain, Marais, Monet, Renoir, and Sisley. Three works by Gauguin, Matisse, and Picasso, and 4 paintings by Cézanne. So obviously the interest was on the Cezanne side, but this kind of approach was seen and acceptable to curators, so they applied for help to the artistic community of Leningrad. And very soon the special council, artistic council, was formed, and 4 artists were in this council. For example, Vladimir Sukov, Vladimir Lebedev, Nikolai Tyrsa, and Kazimir Malevich himself. He was the most famous and representative figure in this committee, but he was thinking that there is no reason to discuss it on papers, these negotiations. He was a straight man. He wanted to go to Moscow and just pick pictures of the walls and bring them to Leningrad. He had a long story of the relocation desire of these works. So he don't just want to do the job. And finally, the final list was managed by Sukov, Lebedev, and Tyrsa on the basement of the catalog of the collection published by New Western Art Museum. What was the idea behind their choice? in all the correspondence, they are stressing that they are managing not, they wanted to provide Hermitage not with a large collection, but with a representative one. I will show you works which were exhibited in a month after their arrival in the February of 1913 to the Hermitage, just to make your own judgment. This was very nice 3 works by Monet, wonderful Degas, classical Renoir, 3 works by Gauguin, only 1 Van Gogh, and there was a huge fight with the Museum of New Western Art for this work because it was considered to be very important to Van Gogh, and the loss of such a masterpiece was feeling really not comfortable for the Moscow Museum. Paul Cézanne, only 3 of them. Many Matisses and beautiful conversation, among them the largest work in this case, and a lot of Picasso, which was demonstrating his evolution in 10 years. Interesting that since the getting of this, let's say, donation, it was exhibited all the time till the beginning of the Second World War. It was exhibited in different ways. For example, in 1934, as the permanent venue of display was under reconstruction, they were moved to the Armorial Hall at the Hermitage and displayed on easels, which nowadays seems to be a nightmare in terms of security. And also it was an interesting interplay with classical interiors of the palace, because to give you right understanding of what is going on here, all the decoration in this hall is covered with gold, including the columns which are standing all around the hall. But in mid-30s, the collection ended up in the huge permanent exhibition, The Art of France in the Era of Industrial Capitalism, at the State Hermitage. And it was made chronologically, demonstrating changing of what it was called then formations, sociological formations. And it started with works by Monet and ended up with works by Picasso. Here also the whole of Picasso. I also already mentioned that in March 1948, the Museum of New Western Art was closed. It was considered to be a hotbed of formalist views and worship to the decadent bourgeois culture of the era of imperialism. And the collection of this wonderful museum was split between Pushkin State Museum of Fine Art and the Hermitage. As you can see, the division was not very equal, let me say. There was some personal, curatorial things involved. It's happened to be that more avant-garde works ended up at the Hermitage, as well as the most collection of the Italian art, which was in its entirety moved to Leningrad. And the Pushkin Museum, for example, got all the print collection. All the prints from the new Western Art Museum are now in Pushkin Museum.
Katerina, I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap up in the next minute, please?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
So it makes Pushkin State Museum also a very important player on the field of displaying French modern art. And actually it was the Pushkin State Museum of Fine Art who break the ice after the Cold War period, because in Pushkin Museum was opened a huge exhibition of French art from 15th to 20th century from the collection of Soviet museums, where also French modern art was exhibited, which followed by exhibition of Cezanne and then exhibition of Pablo Picasso in Moscow, which began a huge event for young people of that era, and let's say a sign of toe and a new page in the exhibiting of French art in Soviet Union period. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for two absolutely extraordinary papers. I mean, just thinking of all that art in Russia, which we just were not able to see for so long. Yes. And extraordinary, really. So thank you so much. So now we're going to go to Christina Loder, who's going to lead the discussion of the papers.
Hello. Well, on my behalf, I'd like to thank you again for these wonderful papers, highly informative, and they shed new light on the ways in which Post-Impressionism and its ramifications afterwards arrived and was presented in Russia, both through exhibitions and through the permanent collections. I'm sure the audience will have lots of questions for Ilya and Katerina, but I would like to say a few words and then ask a few questions myself. As Ilya and indeed Katerina have shown, in Russia, the impact of Post-Impressionism was enormous. It was far-reaching and long-lasting, in fact. During the 20s and, well, in the 30s, the remnants of Post-Impressionism were the only kind of modernist art that was actually there to inspire artists and the public. But earlier on, as in Britain and elsewhere, in Russia, the Golden Fleece exhibitions, all two of them, and then the third one was native, so to speak, but the first two exhibitions stimulated invention and innovation in painting. They led to the emergence of a native Russian avant-garde, and it's very important, and Ilya brought this out very well, how this kind of exposure to the way in which French artists themselves had, if you like, overturned the academy, had explored new ways of making painting, actually gave power to Russian artists and generated their own dissatisfaction with the academy and prompted them and stimulated them to move in alternative directions. And of course, as we know, it starts off with something like Larionov's Soldier's Little Nightclub, based on Van Gogh's Night Cafe, or his Gypsy at Tiraspol, based on Gauguin, but then it moves through things like Realism that Larionov devised, through to someone like Malevich, who has been mentioned today, who in fact made his own bather on the basis both of Matisse's La Danse and of the Grand Nu by Braque. And then eventually he produced that celebrated tabula rasa of art, the Black Square of 1915. And what's interesting for Russia, and I'm sure it's not unique, but is the way in which within less than 8 years, Russian art moved from symbolism, which of course the actual Golden Fleece organization really espoused and wanted to promote, had moved from symbolism to via Impressionism to abstraction. I want to quote someone who is actually quite dear to me, the architect Vladimir Krinsky, who was one of the architects responsible for developing of modernist architecture in Russia during the 1920s. And his words indicate how lasting and far-reaching the influence of these exhibitions was. He said, "Cezanne stole my heart. I greedily looked at other French artists. It's difficult to convey those new impressions, new feelings, and new ideas. But for me, it was a genuine discovery." And I think I just wanted to say those few words about the excitement of these moments and the visual excitement and the way it generated new ideas, a new debate about art, as both Katerina and Ilya have shown. So I've now got a couple of questions for these wonderful two scholars. Ilya, I'm sure the attendees, like myself, are struck by both the similarities between the Golden Fleece exhibitions and Roger Fry's shows, but also the priority of the Golden Fleece exhibitions and some of the differences. And I wonder if you would say a few words about this, how you would yourself compare these two, if you like, momentous kind of series of events.
Well, thank you, Christina. It's indeed, I believe, the central issue in this process of adoption of this new visual language in Russia. Why it's so important for Russia? For the 1908 exhibition, which indeed in a way similar to what Roger Fry did in 1910, it presented to the audience almost unprepared a coherent development, a sort of genealogy of new art. This is what exactly was important for standard Europe or conservative critics, the mass audience. French art or contemporary new Russian art appeared from nowhere.
Yes, yes.
So the idea was to demonstrate logic for the development of French art, which I could trace back to what Julius Mary Grete wrote in his books on French art about evolutionary revolution, the idea which was very dear to Russian modernists, not to Russian avant-garde. But similarities also drawing our attention to difference. You see that Russian exhibition didn't have money at all. Actually, the fate of money in Russia is very poor. Our collections have very few money, and surprisingly, he disappeared from Russian artistic discourse almost entirely.
Right.
The difference is the presence of Russians in the 1908 exhibition, absence of English in the first Post-Impressionist show. The proportions of this. We have just 3 Cezannes. Yesterday, I reread what Anna wrote in the Burlington, how many Cezannes were 21 in London. And what also is important, the difference. Roger Fry was able to conceptualize the picture he presented to the British viewer. He invented this concept of post-impressionism and proved it with his writings. This is what Russian version of this retrospective show of contemporary art lacked.
Yes.
I presume there were different players. The symbolists who wanted to impose their ideas over the development of French art in the direction of pure painting or visual music, painterly music, following Roger Fry's ideas, and newborn Russian avant-garde, which was absolutely against the spiritual approach of the symbol.
Yes. Yes, well, thank you. That makes it a lot clearer. I was very fascinated because in your book you quote, well, in your book, Russian and Soviet Views of Modern Western Art, you have a wonderful review of the second exhibition by Igor Grabar, who accuses the first exhibition of being a mishmash. And I wonder if you would agree with that characterization, that it was in a sense a kind of genealogy, but kind of all over the place.
First, we have to keep in mind that it was a limited circle of connoisseurs of contemporary Western art, and the relations in this circle were different. Right. I dislike some people, many people dislike Grabar. Right. But talking seriously, it was a kind of mystery, especially the contrast between Russian part and French part. Yes. Striking and kind of revitalizing for Russia.
Right.
But Grabart also valued much Van Gogh's and Cezanne. I
Yeah.
quoted it.
Yeah, you know, absolutely.
Positive reaction.
Do you have any idea why, when the second exhibition was so much more focused on the Fauves, and as well as some Russians, but was much more focused on the Fauves, why that change took place? I mean, it's the next year, but it kind of, they suddenly kind of, if you like, dispense with the earlier part and kind of just focus on the later artists, on the more recent artists.
So I have no convincing explanation, or don't have, and I repeat, we don't have a well-preserved archive of the magazine.
No.
We cannot prove our explanations. One may be a lack of buyers.
Right.
Several people bought from the 1908 exhibition,
Right.
but the show didn't prove that there is a huge market.
Yeah.
Major Russian collectors prefer to buy directly in Paris, not
Right.
even Berlin, not from Paul Kasser, but directly from Vollard, Kahnweiler, or Bernheim.
Right.
Possibly the magazine or the publisher suffered some financial troubles. He was notorious for his overspending.
Right.
Maybe it's also the reason, but it's so far it's a speculation.
I mean, one feels that in a sense, it's the sort of last gasp of the symbolist kind of spirit of the Golden Fleece, that it kind of peters out precisely because Russian artists go in a much more, if you like, ideologically kind of neo-primitivist way. They want to kind of fight the Academy, not only because the Academy kind of imposes a particular kind of way of making art and a kind of particular kind of subject matter, but also because that Academy itself is so associated with this rather repressive social and political structure within which they exist. So it's an imperial Academy which controls the art world because, as you said, there's not much money, there's not many independent galleries. So isn't that whole infrastructure you have in Britain and France? And so you have this kind of just the monolithic kind of academy, which even, of course, controls the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture and Architecture to a large extent.
At the same time, the school was much more liberal than St. Petersburg
Yeah.
School.
Yeah.
But let me remind that Larionov became the deputy editor of the artistic part of the Golden Fleece. So by the end of the magazine, it was much more radical than in the beginning.
Right.
And articles of the magazine of the Golden Fleece directed against Russian modernists, they showed that not even the Academy was unimportant or the enemy, but the modernists, like the world of art, and that tendency which was avant-garde in late 19th century.
Yeah, yeah. So a lot. It's the old guard.
Yes. Sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt again. And if
Okay.
we want to hear from Katerina, I'm afraid we're going to have to
Sorry.
do so fairly soon. Otherwise,
Thank
we
you.
won't have time for any Q&A.
Katerina.
I think we need a conference on post-impressionism in Russia.
Well, I think Ely is the person to organise that. Is Katerina there? Okay, Katerina, I did enjoy your paper, and I've always enjoyed this story about the division of the spoils between Moscow and Leningrad, as it was then, and how it happened. I always remember, I met Antonova, who was the director of the Pushkin Museum of Fine Arts, and she always lamented the fact that St. Petersburg, as it is now, had got away with all this art, and she was fighting a rearguard action to get it back to Moscow because she argued that it was bought in Moscow, it belonged to Moscow, and it shouldn't be in St. Petersburg. But it's interesting that it goes there. And do you think that there are other reasons why it goes there, not just because of personalities, but do you think Moscow has become, by 1930, much more ideologically controlled, and that therefore people were already not showing in the Tretyakov works of more modernist works, and they were presenting them in a particular way. So the ideological climate was perhaps less rigorous in in Leningrad as it was then, or do you think that's totally inaccurate?
You know, it's a complicated question because, of course, the capital is always under bigger pressure, and the focus is more precise. But you know, I think it was also a lot of personal things involved. Leningrad artists, for example, they were completely engaged with the idea of bringing these French works to Leningrad. They were discussing it. They were trying to help. When Albert Marquet was visiting, and he donated some works to Tirsa, for example, some prints, and Tirsa immediately donated them to the Hermitage. So it was like all about building their own French modernism museum inside the bigger institution. And also there's a lot of memories how they were visiting like after the breakfast and after the lunch, and before they, like, it was a food for their eyes, for their creativity. And also, it's a well-known fact that the relocation of this part of the collection impacted very much the Leningrad School of Landscape, which they were using the same colors as Matisse. They were taking colors from Van Gogh. They were extensively using this material, and now it's one of the beautiful collection, like virtual collection of art in the history of Soviet Union.
Right. Thank you very much. Katerina, just one last thing. You mentioned Malevich, and of course, as president of the Malevich Society, I cannot resist but ask you more about this, or I think everyone would want to know precisely what was Malevich's involvement, and if you could tell us a little bit more about this, or is it just kind of, if you like, something very little is known about?
It's known enough, but the story is quite short. The personal involvement of Malevich into the relocation of French modernist art to Leningrad started in 20s, when he was involved with the Institute of Agriculture, yes, and he was expecting this art to be a part of the very important part of the pedagogical system. So students need to know this art, they need to walk it through, to go further. And in 1929, Malevich was got a very high appointment. He was working for the Commissariat of Enlightenment, and because of that, he was chosen like as a person who is really interested. Long story connection with Leningrad and a huge post, but he was so much busy and not very young, so he has no time to make all this, you know, paperwork. The protocols, the minutes of meetings, they contains suggestions of Malevich that he is expecting to go right to Moscow to pick pictures from the wall. It's only one way he can manage this, but it was not working like this. It was a huge...
Is this before or after he's arrested in 1930?
Yes, he was arrested, but also from a huge...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to stop now. It's absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much to all three of you. We want to have a short question and answer period, so we can turn these very interesting papers over to the floor for questions.
A question from Alexis Clark, and I may ask it later if you want, or other time tomorrow.
I will simply add that we do have tomorrow a final half hour that's entirely synthetic and for everyone. And I did want to take a chance. This Q&A has been quite reduced, but that's because of the quality of your observations. But I do have a couple of questions for you from the audience, and then we will take just 5 minutes now and a 5-minute break before our keynote. So, things are quite packed. Of the questions that came in from the audience, a couple of them were about Malevich, and Katerina, you've already answered those, so you anticipated that very well. One question, can we get back? We also have our first two speakers who need to be on, Sue Frank and Sandra. Yeah, thank you. One of the questions here is from Alexis Clark at Duke and North Carolina State. Could Professor Zalman please comment on the Metropolitan Curator's thoughts about taking these works from MoMA into the Met's collection? Were they interested in this collaboration, and what role did those curators play in selecting the artworks? And then, just out of curiosity, when and how did the arrangement collapse? Because obviously it didn't go on. So that's a question for Professor Zalman.
Thank you. It's a really interesting question, and because I've mainly done research on the MoMA side of things, I don't have much insight into what the Metropolitan curators thought. But I do know that they had this fund for new paintings that they weren't using. MoMA thought it would be advantageous to use the money that the Met had to buy new works, and then to kind of be perpetually contemporary, they would give those works to the Met. The agreement dissolved, I think, because Barr and others realized that collectors wouldn't give their works to MoMA if they were just going to end up in the Met's collection anyways. And because I think they realized they needed a collection to, as I was mentioning in my paper, kind of balance out the more radical agenda that they were doing in other mediums. So it really gave a kind of grounding, like a foundation. It's for MoMA's programming. But yeah, and I think it was just personally heartbreaking for them to like give up Van Gogh or, some of those works from the Bliss collection. One work that they gave to the Met, they eventually rebought. So, because Barr had made these works into the classic masterpieces that they were, I think if he had really stepped away from MoMA, maybe that kind of transmission would have continued. But because he and James Thrall Sobey and all of these people were still there, it was very difficult to give those works up.
It's an extraordinary arrangement, and one wonders the idealism behind it, that would think the institutions wouldn't become competitive or territorial, but that they would collaborate for the public good. Speaks well to the spirit of it, and one has to admire it, but it's not surprising it didn't last. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
The other quick question, if we can do it, and Ilya's gone off, he might come back, otherwise I'll save it. Ilya's still there? Okay, well, maybe that's a gift. Good. Ilya, this is a short question, again from Alexis, wondering about what French and British curators' publications on post-impressionism were circulating in Russia before World War I. So who were the Russians reading in particular from France and Britain? Your paper showed us some, but.
It's a short question, but long answer. So, few people could compete with John Ruskin in the turn of the centuries in Russia. Richard Mutter, who was not French, neither French nor English, but his history of the 19th century art was absolutely star in Russian modernist community. Well, naming French authors who were translated: Robert de la Cézanne, Camille Maclair, Émile Bernard, The Gospel According to Bernard, as Russians called it, Paul Signac on Neo-Impressionism, an essay by Apollinaire on Léger, Le Fauconnier's essay in the introduction to his catalogue. Roger Allard was quoted, not translated. It's more difficult, two different translations of Du Cubisme in 1913, one in Moscow, one in St. Petersburg. It's more difficult to name British authors. They were, after John Ruskin, they were less influential in Russia. To the best of my knowledge, Roger Fry was not translated, and probably he is not translated yet. But Boris Anrep, who was the curator of Russian part of the second Post-Impressionist exhibition, and whom you know when you should recall him immediately when you enter the old building of the National Gallery, where he made the mosaics of the floor. Boris Anrep quoted Roger Fry in his extensive survey of the second Post-Impressionist exhibition in the most influential Russian art magazine, Apollon, in 1913. I know that Russian futurists, when they came to power after the Bolshevik Revolution, they published a wish list of books they are going to print and translate. They included there Arthur Durham, Eddy, Cubism, and Post-Impressionism. Was never
there we go again. Eddie comes back to the fore.
but
Amazing.
It was known.
Yeah.
It was known.
Well, Ilya, you may not have time, but if there's a moment where you can pop some of those names in the chat, that might be useful for our attendees. That's such a rich, and Fry hasn't been translated. There's another job for you, as if you didn't have enough to think about. Okay, on that, I'm afraid we have to take our quick break because one of the highlights of the whole conference is coming up. We'll be back right on time at 15:20 with Gavin to introduce Richard Schiff, and we'll move on to the keynote. And I'm so grateful we've got more discussion to come tomorrow. So Sue, Sandra, Katerina, and Ilya, this was great. It could have been the conference alone, just these two sessions. We thank you so much, and we'll see you in a few very short minutes. Thank you so much.
Courtauld is very honored to welcome Richard Schiff, who is Professor of Art History at the University of Texas in Austin, has been since 1989, and holds the Effie Marie Kane Regents Chair in Art, and is Director of the Center for the Study of Modernism. His major publications extend back to the important book, Cezanne and the End of Impressionism, which appeared in the early 1980s, and I think was the fruit of at least 10 years' work, and maybe more, and has an extraordinary density to it as a study, which we're still, I think, learning from. I've been using it in the last 18 months, 2 years, that volume, and I'm sure many of you own that volume as well as the co-edited volume of critical terms for art history, co-edited with Robert Nelson. Richard's range is really intimidating and extraordinary, really. He's written on Seurat, Bonnet Newman. He co-authored the Catalogue Raisonné on Newman, on Jasper Johns, Willem de Kooning, Ellsworth Kelly, and many others. And it's, well, the thing that has always struck me is the complexity of his thinking, his revisionist attitude, close analysis of context and of terminology. And in saying this, I am thinking of his writing on the relationship between positivism as a philosophical paradigm in late 19th century France for Impressionism, and the way that he questions that in his book on Cézanne. Something similar has happened in T.J. Clarke's writings in the later 1990s, but I think it was Richard really who looked very closely at this and turned it into a problem, which it still hasn't become fully, I don't think, for a sufficient number of art historians. This is what I mean by the depth of his work. You know, there's still so much to learn from books that go back 40 years. He doesn't mind me saying that. In 2003, I attended a conference in Austin for the Society for Literature, Science and the Arts, the SLSA, and I remember Richard speaking then in a panel, and I can't remember now what the panel was meant to be about, but I remember Richard's talk very well. I think it was an improvised talk, and he was talking about how the difficulties that he was having in writing on Jasper Johns' work, difficulty in the sense that he wanted to find a language and a style that would respond to Jasper Johns' art. And I'd never heard an art historian talk like that before. Firstly, in the sense that he was prepared to show some vulnerability for somebody of his standing, you know, at a conference. And secondly, that he was showing that art history and art criticism are not so much about imposing an interpretation or even drawing out an interpretation, but he almost kind of switched the subject and the object as though we are the object of the work of art. You know, it subjectivized the work of art and turned the art historian to somebody who has to respond, you know, in their attitude, in their way of, specifically in their way of writing in this case. I got to meet him at UT during that stay. He was very generous and supportive. of my work, and ironic and good humored, and it's very nice encounter. And since then, he doesn't know this, and it's a bit embarrassing, but I've thought of him as a sort of distant intellectual mentor, but as well as somebody who has certain kind of scholarly qualities that are to be aspired towards. So always admired Richard for that. More recently, and this is the last thing I'll say before I let him speak, I had an exchange with him about Seurat's drawings by email. I was writing on Seurat's drawings, and I found this quite often, that I'll be writing about something, I'll find that Richard has already written about it because of the range that he has in his writing. And very kindly, again, he entered into an email exchange with me about Seurat, and was very helpful, and again, very supportive and generous with his time as well. I don't know where he finds the time for all the writing and to be able to respond to people like me through in emails. And this was a piece of writing for the 2007, I think, Museum of Modern Art catalogue exhibition on Seurat's drawings. And once again, I found his reading of Seurat's drawings extremely perceptive, much more than is typical. And I'm just going to quote a little bit from that piece of writing. He writes of Seurat drafting onto canvas the Orangeat, and says that Seurat, to Richard's words, I was prepared to sign on to years of probing, years and years of actually trying to refine the work of art and get it right through the actual process of creating the work on canvas, but also through the actual drafting of the drawings as well. And then he adds, the depths he attempted to explore were indeterminate. And I think it works very well as a description of Seurat's process, but also of the actual appearance of Seurat's drawings, this kind of indeterminate depth, those beautiful twilight sort of drawings of Seurat's have. I'll be showing a couple tomorrow. But thirdly, I think as well, it serves as a good metaphor for what art historians do, which is kind of come back time and time again to a work of art. I mean, academic work more generally, I think, but particularly for art historians, who often come back to the same work of art or the same artist and look more closely at it. And I think at the work, and I think a good lesson for us as well, that there is no bottom, there is no reaching the end, there is no end point, there is only, more and more research that can be done and refining and changing our opinion about things. This is the case certainly in Richard's work, because he has continues to write about Cezanne and has been writing about that artist for many years now. So our interpretation of Cezanne through Richard's writings has become extraordinarily layered, very multi-layered. I'm not completely sure what he's going to speak about today, but the title is Expression and Abstraction During the Early 20th Century. And I'm sure that in his career, Richard has already written about abstraction and expression. So this will be, I think, a further refinement of his reading of early 20th century art. I'll pass over to him just quickly to say that during the talk, you can put questions in the chat. I'm sure I'll think of something to say, but I think it would be good if you would kind of ask some questions in the chat, and I'll keep an eye on it, and then pass the questions on to Richard in the 20 minutes, I think, Q&A that we have after this paper. So again, many thanks to Richard for speaking at the Courtauld and for honouring us with your presence. I'll pass over to you now. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Gavin, and you've anticipated what I'm going to do, so that's great. And I remember very well your wonderful lecture in Austin quite a while ago now, maybe about, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe. And also thanks, of course, to Liz and Anna for organizing this and offering me an invitation to speak. Okay. Well over a year ago, asked for a title, or rather a topic, I chose a forgiving one: expression and abstraction during the early 20th century. This would leave many possibilities open. I could refine a previous argument that a concern for emotional expression led to practices we now associate with abstraction and visual art. More specifically, I could return to Roger Fry and his understanding of Cezanne and Matisse. I had once researched Fry's interest in the visual expressiveness of children, Central to his development of a theory of formalist practice, Fry linked formalism to ideas about public aesthetic education and a proper socialist, sometimes anarchistic response to the expanding industrial economy. Along with the art of children, Fry invoked art that he called primitive, using the term rather honorific. He took instructive examples from the European tradition, Giotto, for instance, as well as from several indigenous cultures. Fry applied his theoretical understanding to what we regard, following his terminology, as Post-Impressionism. The Post-Impressionist artists emphasized the expressive qualities of both their forms and the process of generating them, sometimes to the detriment of the legibility of subject matter. Whatever my working definition of a post-impressionist, I realize that I encounter a scholarly irony, one shared by critics like Fry, as well as by his exact contemporary, the German Julius Mayrhofer, another figure of my past interest. The irony is this: as critical interpreters, we deploy a theory to explain the emergence of forms of visual art intended to circumvent all theoretical order. Theories are predictive. They find their justification in their capacity to explain new occurrences in terms of principles established in advance. A theory of visual art purports to articulate verbally a logical understanding of expressive visuality. Such theory entails an acceptance of translation across media or modes of expression, the verbal as translating the visual. Perhaps what is shared is a certain abstract logic that mediates between media, enabling the translation. But relevant theories conflict because it's common to argue that theoretical verbalization can't be applied to visual art. I'll cite a summary statement from R.G. Collingwood's Principles of Art in 1938, quote, "There is no way of expressing the same feeling in two different media." And here's the same principle applied to Cezanne in 1907 by the symbolist or post-impressionist Paul Seurat, quote, "Cezanne can't be described in words. He's too pure a painter." What would make a painter pure or too pure in Seurat's sense? Purity would inhere in locating expression in visual elements of color and shape, as opposed to thematic elements of allegory or narrative. The latter might be equally well conveyed by a verbal medium, as well as by hybrid media such as opera, dance, live theater, or cinema. If locating expression in visual form renders visual art pure, when does a painter's expression become exclusively, not just primarily, visual? Perhaps in certain cases of abstract art, in works that project no identifiable objects, subjects, or concepts. Works that project sensation and feeling that lacks any referent, excluding even the artist as referent. Art of such absolute purity may not exist. All the same, with art criticism being as much aspirational as empirical, critics like Fry and Mayrhofer perceived purity in post-impressionism. Where do we locate the abstraction in abstract art? It's an abstraction of what? Verbalized concepts are themselves abstractions because they reduce to a generality the particularities of whatever entities the concept addresses. As a somewhat dated gender category, woman reduces approximately half of the world's human population to a common signifier. Abstractions are reductive. Visual art of the early 20th century included two kinds of formal abstraction. The first kind was as ancient as the medium of representational painting and drawing. It amounted to an exaggerated instance of the reduction of observable features of a represented subject to whatever might be regarded as the essentials, either communicative or expressive. Take Munch in 1902 as an example. He paints the face of his primary subject with hardly any indication of its features. Such was common practice at the time. The second kind of reductive abstraction amounts to restricting the visual image to formal elements, whether symbolic or not, no longer configure as the obvious representation of an object in an environment, actual or imaginary. When the painter's forms appear more like graphic markings than like details of representation, the association is to signs rather than to objects. And signs, like words, are abstractions. This is Hilma af Klint in 1915. And here, an artist familiar to the likes of Frey and Meyergriffe, Kandinsky in 1913. Depending on the background of the viewer, both the af Klint and the Kandinsky may reveal reference linked to their abstract forms. As a critic using expository prose, Frey admitted in 1919 that he was compelled to, quote, adumbrate certain states which are not exactly definable in language. Note how much verbal hedging occurs here. Frey refers to adumbration, itself a shadowy concept. Then he refers to certain states that he doesn't identify, which are in any case, as he says, not exactly subject to definition. Definitions, to be functional, aim for exactitude. So whether the topic is representational Cezanne or non-objective Kandinsky, an unconventional degree of reductive abstraction seems to be making the expressive content of the post-impressionist image inaccessible to language. Now, we might ask, was the expressive content of an impressionist painting all that accessible to begin with? On the assumption that the impressionist generation attempted to record their vision as faithfully as possible, a critic could always resort to comparing the pictorial effect to an experience of the sight. And art historians have proven adept at unpacking the social history underlying the Impressionist painter's selection of a site, as well as which human activities to depict among those conceivably occurring at that place. So we can talk about Morisot's attitude toward bourgeois leisure and social relations when we view the images she created. But how well do we understand the feelings conveyed by her assonant use of Prussian blue, cerulean blue, and various acidic greens? How well do we grasp the effect of the precise degree of abstract summation that her imaging entails with gestural markings of a very specific sort? Such qualities distinguish Morisot from any number of other artists of the same social class, both men and women, who represented similar scenes. Morisot's formal qualities affect a sensitive viewer's emotions while remaining resistant to critical prose. If post-impressionist painting, in relation to its impressionist antecedents, presented an unusual challenge to critical writers, this was because they had already discounted interpretations of the subject matter. It had been degraded by their own theoretical understanding that the power of post-impressionist form rendered the post-impressionist subject anodyne. The critics' belief paralleled that of their artist contemporaries. Here are Derain and Matisse in 1907. Derain had written to Matisse the year before, acknowledging their good fortune as the first generation no longer obligated to adjust formal qualities to subject matter. Forms could now assume an independent, expressive life. At the same moment, Seruzier said of Cezanne, the subject disappears and there's only a formal motif. On the screen now, Seruzier, Matisse, and Cezanne all in 1905. Matisse and Seruzier were hardly the first to argue that the expressive power of an arrangement of forms and colors might obliterate the significance of a subject or theme. 6 decades previously, in 1847, the critic Théophile Thoré, an advocate of individual freedoms, wrote, quote, "The subject represented doesn't matter at all in the arts. The value of each work lies in the profound, unimpeachable, and specific character that the artist has been able to impress on their creation," unquote. The sign of this specificity was material, effects of color, shape, and light. The identity of a theme or subject could be discussed in general terms, but not the formal expressiveness of its visual representation. From Morisot to Cézanne to Matisse, let's assume that the various works of both Impressionism and Post-Impressionism manifested formal reduction extended to an unconventional degree. Reductive abstraction, laconic and coarse, exasperated those who attempted to translate this manner of expressiveness into words. The critic Thoré had already been exasperated by Dutch genre painting for similar reasons, and all the more by Corot and other French artists of his time. Here is Corot from the 1850s. I want to ask, to what cultural syndrome can we attribute awareness of this critical dilemma, this failure of critical discourse to capture the feeling of form? For the sake of my own generalized argument, I'll call the syndrome Romanticism. The romantic stress on the growth of the individual through personal experience countered the sense of standardization within bourgeois culture, the bourgeois citizen becoming a product of mass culture and centralized state indoctrination. Academies of fine art taught the normative methods that would enable an artist to communicate to a general public using a standardized style that would call little attention to itself, allowing subject matter to become the sole focus of interpretation, morally affirming and emotionally affecting. In 1853, Charles Clément noted how unacademic Corot's paintings were. Quote, "Corot renders his impression simply and naively. He reduces technique to its most elementary form." Right there in Clément's statement, a reference to reduction, hence abstraction. Clément continues, Corot puts on the canvas only enough painting to say what he feels. He has proved that one can be a painter of style without using the academic apparatus. The scattered jumble of foliage that defines the central tree in Corot's landscape, the pasty strokes that signify marshland by the riverbank, such details accord with romantic experience as transient, evolving, forever coming into being, as much a product of reverie as of observation. Gauguin was said to dream his compositions into existence. In 1888, Gauguin put an analogous thought into post-impressionist language. Quote, art is an abstraction, draw it out from nature in dreaming or in imagining it before nature, and think more of this act of creation than of what will result, unquote. Think of the act, not the end, not the preconceived image, not the pictorial concept. Gauguin might have used Clément's romantic notion of a painter putting on the canvas only enough to express the feeling. You start from the feeling and you end with the feeling. I don't want to convince myself that Clément and Gauguin could capture in critical language what Fry and others could not. Their observations were astute, but they amount to succinct theoretical dictums. They don't explain the emotional force of specific pictorial abstractions. Turning again to Fry's post-impressionist appreciation of Cézanne, the critic assesses his society as an earlier romantic work. Quote, in a world where the individual is squeezed and molded and polished by the pressure of his fellow men, the artist remains irreclaimably individual. In a world where everyone else is being perpetually educated, the artist remains ineducable. Where others are shaped, the artist grows. Cézanne realized the type of the artist in its purest, most unmitigated form, unquote. Fry's idea of the artist as ineducable, that is, not responding to normative indoctrination, links the artistic mentality to imaginative young children, unruly children, the most primitive beings within humanity. So, in a state promoting standardized pictorial information, the propagandistic goal could be furthered by painting and drawing only if governed by academic technique. Here are some British boys being indoctrinated in 1902, acquiring normative style. Standardization would also be promoted through printmaking with authorized imagery in multiple. And new photographic techniques were even more effective because they made detail easily decipherable and reproducible. Some 19th century calling card imagery was produced using cameras with multiple lenses, in this case 2, so the same view would register on a negative and could be contact printed at calling card size. Studio photography standardized an individual's public image with a mechanism. The self was industrialized. Such a practice was very anti-Fry, anti-romantic, anti-impressionist, anti-post-impressionist, anti-expressionist. One can imagine that the younger the child, the harder to get the child to be still for a 19th century photo session or for a painting session. Cézanne drew and painted his young son when the boy was asleep. when I think of how often Fry and others, including critics of the Romantic era, spoke reverentially about the fluid sensorium of the child, and how often they marveled at art forms considered folkish, naive, or primitive, it leads me to a particular passage in Nietzsche. His notion obviates designating children as primitive adults. It obviates the paternalistic evaluation of indigenous peoples as primitives among the world's cultures, never having lost their roots in nature. Nietzsche allows us to imagine instead that the children of industrialized societies and the adults of indigenous societies must share a certain racial memory. The idea of a lost race justifies our aesthetic romance with children and so-called primitives. In this drawing, I fantasize Cézanne's son dreaming the dream of the lost race. To repeat, art is an abstraction, Gauguin said. Draw it out from nature in dreaming it. In 1882, around the time Gauguin began to observe Cézanne in the company of Pissarro, and to speak of him in the way that Fry would later speak of Post-Impressionists, Nietzsche published The Gay Science. It's here that the statement about a lost race appears. To follow Nietzsche's argument, bear in mind that logical reasoning depends on the establishment of categories, enabling different entities to be equated, compared, and assigned relative values within an abstract system. Like abstraction, logic is reductive. Here is Nietzsche, quote, "How did logic come into existence in man's head? Certainly out of illogic, whose realm originally must have been immense. Innumerable beings who made inferences in a way different from ours perished. Nevertheless, their ways may have been truer. Those, for example, who did not know how to find often enough what is equal as regards both nourishment and hostile animals. Those, in other words, who subsumed things too slowly and cautiously, were favored with a lesser probability of survival than those who guessed immediately upon encountering similar instances that they must be equal." I'll interject an illustrative scenario. A member of the lost race witnesses another human attacked and killed by a wild beast with distinctive stripes, to us, a tiger. A day later, the same person sees a very similar animal, but has no fear because he makes no generalizations from one bit of sense data to another. He regards the beast as unique, just one among countless novel phenomena. We would recognize a second tiger as threatening as the first. Not so the member of Nietzsche's lost race, who is killed, attacked and killed. Tigers 2, humans 0. Nietzsche continues, quote, "The dominant tendency to treat as equal what is merely similar, and illogical tendency, for nothing is equal, is what first created any basis for logic," unquote. Nothing is really equal, Nietzsche says. In other words, logic, like every system of standardization, is founded on a cognitive error, the acceptance of material, sensory, and categorical equivalence where there isn't any. Nietzsche says a bit more, quote, "In order for a concept to originate, it was necessary that for a long time one didn't see nor perceive the changes in things. The beings that didn't see so precisely had an advantage over those that saw everything in flux, unquote. So flux is the reality. No two situations are the same, but for survival, it helps to accept approximations as equivalences. Then you can reason from repetition as opposed to regarding every sensation as the first sensation. Nietzsche's argument bears on Cézanne's experience of sensation if we identify him with the lost race, not the one destined to survive. He was willing to accept slight differences rather than to override their perception with a logic of generalities. Every sensation was Cézanne's first sensation. He wrote to his son in 1906, "Here along the riverbank, the motifs multiply. The same subject viewed at a different angle offers an object of study all the more interesting and so varied that I think I could keep busy for months without changing position, just bending a bit to the right, then a bit to the left. Cézanne's subject is the same," he says, "but it persists in being different. This is somewhat illogical. To generate a second motif, did Cézanne really need to bend a bit to the right? Probably not. To the lost race, no view is ever the same." Our habit of identifying logical equivalences entails that slight shifts in appearance are discounted, having no bearing on determining anything meaningful. Yet Cézanne famously complained that when Vollard sat for a portrait, he kept shifting in his chair. According to the anecdote, Cézanne told Vollard to be still like a still life apple. Was the sitter all that fidgety? Or did the slightest sensations so distract Cézanne that he couldn't perceive Vollard as an integrated being? It seems that his painting failed to adjust to differences that made no logical difference, only a phenomenological difference, and a minor one at that. If Cézanne had been faced by the second tiger, he wouldn't have fled the scene. He would have stared in wonder, distracted by the stripes. As part of our romantic heritage, we associate this kind of wonder not only with artists, but with children. And we sometimes connect it to indigenous peoples, to their powers of divination, resulting from their sensitivity to flux in the natural environment. A French contemporary of Nietzsche, the psychologist Bernard Perez, described children in the way that Fry would characterize a post-impressionist. For the child, Perez argued in 1878, the senses, quote, function above all for themselves and with an aim wholly affective, as if disinterested. The infant at 2 months, at 3 months, passes the great majority of its waking hours in looking in order to see and in listening in order to hear, solely for the pleasure received, without any immediate or subsequent utility. Perez continued invoking the child's impression as an unmotivated sensation that arrives without being sought. He makes the distinction, later so important for Fry, between sensation as its own reward and sensation bent to serve practical ends. Quote, the infant, whom certain authors consider exclusively as a little utilitarian creature, works above all for the pleasure of experiencing sensations, of perceiving new impressions. This inclination continues at all ages of life. When the adult is not compelled by social demands to discipline all the faculties under the control of practical attention, he returns to the infant in whom the instinct for the sensory and unconscious dominates the instinct for the intellectual and purposeful. Entirely at ease, he resumes looking in order to see, listening in order to hear, touching to feel, and exercising himself to move, solely for the sake of pleasurable or even indifferent sensations that these automatic actions provide. Now, it remains possible that Paris was projecting what he knew of artists and dreamers into his study of children, rather than transferring in the other more typical direction. If I conclude that the less professional or academic the painter, the more likely the capacity for what Paris called looking in order to see, then I'm merely reaching the logical conclusion about beings who resemble Nietzsche's lost race of humans. They live outside the confines of logic, that is, outside language. To put it another way, such beings experience sensation without being compelled by their socialized habits to organize it according to prevailing discursive systems and theoretical concepts. This anarchistic factor made it impossible for the most riveting forms of visual art to be translated into words, as Torre said of certain Dutch paintings, and Seruzier said of Cézanne. In these cases, the artist's liberated sensory experience renders their imagery original, that is, singular and illogical or outside logic, despite being generated within a culture of standardization and mass production, a culture of the copy and simulation as we've come to regard it. It's a cliche to describe an artist as a singular presence, existing apart from society, even alienated, as Van Gogh and Munch were considered. Yes, a cliche, but a powerful one. For his German constituency, Meyergreffe supported not only Van Gogh and Munch, but also Cézanne, Gauguin, and Matisse. Like Frey, he was a Francophile. In 1895, addressing Munch, and then in 1904, thinking more comprehensively, Meyergreffe wrote as follows, quote, "The source from which the contemporary artist arises is no longer the ideal of the time, but the protest against it. Art is created not in accord with the time, but in spite of it," unquote. Artists, in other words, are a separate race of people, regardless of their national heritage, ethnic origin, or generational identity. The likes of Van Gogh, Munch, and Cézanne remain immune to interpretation through historical and social context, except in cases where the artist's gestures might be recognized as the conscious negation of aesthetic or societal norms. In Cézanne's repetitive sequences of blunt brushstrokes, in Van Gogh's thickened twists of impasto, and in Munch's extended waves of form, a viewer could sense the painter's physical and emotional engagement with acts of material creation. This art would reward those who heeded Meyergreffe's plea to engage with aesthetic objects first by looking, as opposed to thinking. Or as Paris had said of the child, by looking in order to see. We Germans, Meyergreffe wrote in 1904, suffer from the era of conceptualizing art rather than observing it. He might have added that the radical art of his time demanded nothing beyond feeling. Nietzsche's lost race of people felt so intensely that they never conceptualized. Of Van Gogh, Meyer-Greffe wrote with great empathy, with feeling, quote, "The planes of his canvases, which look as if they were produced by a stonemason's tool rather than by the brush, cry out, and we sometimes have the urge to join in the cry, just as we might feel an urge during a thunderstorm to cry out with the thunder." Meyer-Greffe, using words as best he could, joined in Van Gogh's material cry. Like other forms of poetic expression, painting is a struggle to represent and communicate an aspect of emotional life without weakening or compromising the sensation. But much of the feeling may be reflexive, belonging to the process of representing it. An artist joins in this process, feels this process, this material cry. I'm fond of Van Gogh's image of plowed fields. It causes me to feel that I've got my hands in the earth. Then I realize that I've also got my hands, or Van Gogh's hands, in the sky. His clouded sky is as clod-like, or perhaps as clotted, as his fields. By giving as much tactile presence to atmosphere as to earth, as both Impressionists and Post-Impressionists often did, Van Gogh violated an explicit norm of standardized practice. By convention, whatever area of the represented scene was the least dense, usually the sky, should be rendered with the least materiality. The uniform density and intensity of Van Gogh's surface draws attention from the represented scene to the physicality of the painting, which becomes the locus of feeling. I'll close with one of Meyer-Greffe's remarkable insights into Cézanne's practice. This is the image I had on the screen to start. It now acquires its referent, if you hadn't already guessed why I was showing. In my opinion, Meyer-Greffe understood something about Cézanne that most of his later critics didn't. The fact that Cézanne had little interest in the general composition of his representations, that he was more involved with relating the details than with establishing the totalities. Meyer-Greffe perceived that Cézanne's color was cumulative and had no inherent limits with respect to either the number of marks that could be added to the surface or the planar extent of those sequences of marks, each a sensation. The marks pile up on the surface or might extend laterally toward the edges. The edge of a canvas constituted a physical boundary, but not a sensory one. As if aware that what can be added can also be subtracted, Vollard, the dealer, realized that he could cut some of Cézanne's canvases into two or more smaller ones, maximizing sales while causing little aesthetic damage. Here is Meyer-Greffe's acute observation, quote, "Jos Hessel has a wall with 6 Cézannes, one of the 7 wonders of the world, where the most diverse objects combine in a tapestry effect. We feel that the frames hardly need to be there, that we could bring the pictures close to each other, treated as a single fabric, without destroying their essential value. Cézanne places objects with no trace of arrangement or purpose. His still life pictures are so much alike as to be exchangeable. how often he has rendered the ridiculously crumpled napkin with the plate and the fruit, unquote. Meyer-Greffe couldn't have known Cézanne's statement about shifting his posture just slightly to create the motif of a new painting. He intuited that everything in Cézanne's field of vision was worth capturing as materialized sensation. With the character of Cézanne's imagery so consistent, his paintings seemed to flow into each other as if products of a discriminating eye scanning indiscriminately. Cézanne used conventional thematic material, domestic still life, family portraiture, regional landscape, Arcadian bathers, genre scenes. But his fellow artists hardly cared about how he inflected these traditional subjects. Instead, they viewed him as a post-impressionist in the Frye or Meyer-Greffe manner, conveying sensation and expressing the feeling that is sensation itself. There are no words for it. Thank you.
Okay, that was fantastic, Richard. Thank you very much for that. At the moment, I can't see any comments in the chat, but the key phrase in your paper was to do the failure of critical discourse to capture the feeling of form. And I've got a few questions about that. Partly to, is that inevitable? Or is there a kind of discourse that goes beyond critical discourse that can capture the feeling of form? And thirdly, I suppose, this is too many, I suppose, but also, what do we make of Frye in that case, who seems to be one of the first to perceive the importance of Cézanne in this country? What did he, was it merely the appearance of form that he was able to perceive and to relay in his writing? Sorry, I asked three things back to back, but answer any way you want.
What was the first again? What was the first?
I was asking if it's inevitable that there is a failure of critical discourse to capture the feeling of form.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable, which doesn't mean that there's no purpose served. It just means that the discourse, I think, has to continue, that nothing can be perfected, nothing can be terminated. And that's true of works of art as well, that that everything is communicative, and one thing leads to another. And so in that sense, as a writer probably, that you finish an essay and you immediately either want to do a better essay, or an essay on a related topic, or even a different topic, or you want to go back to what you just published and do a better version of it. The second thing about, what is there a discourse? I would say, the more poetic or rhetorical, in some sense, a piece of critical commentary becomes, probably the better a job it does at mimicking or creating a feeling that may be analogous to the feeling that the work of art produces, but that does not mean that there is no use served in an analytical discourse, because the analytical discourse introduces a different kind of problem, and it has its own rhetoric. So, but I certainly have met a lot of contemporary artists who are much happier with poetry written about their art than they are with art history written about their art. And they just somehow, they feel it's a kindred spirit, and they often do not feel that way about somebody whose interpretation is more analytical and less emotive, let's say. With regard to Frye, one thing that always impressed me about Frye was that he seemed to be very willing to express his own limitations. And so he, with regard to Cezanne, there are places where he just says, in effect, I don't understand this, or I'm doing the best I can. And he did that with Seurat also, I think. His writing about Seurat's, I think, quite good, but it also leaves him with some things that mystify him. And if I was thinking of some criticism of my own paper that I just gave, or what, things that are kind of left hanging in the air, and an objection that I would expect. And that would be, well, isn't there always subject matter, and isn't the subject always meaningful, one way or another? And I would say, well, yeah, there is always a subject if you perceive a subject. The subject is there, and no matter how, there is a subject in Ellsworth Kelly if you want to see it, and for doing a monochrome shaped canvas. But for Ellsworth Kelly himself, there always was a subject because he got all of his ideas from nature. And somebody else might say, well, it's geometric, it's pure, or it's pure color, but still there's a subject somewhere, and there's also a self. But the question is that I think the post-impressionist generation, and also the impressionist generation, and any artist affected by romantic discourse of that tradition that became modernism, there is a kind of countercultural impulse, and part of it has to do with, or what's maybe central to it, is the idea that you don't want to be stuck presenting stale ideas or just parroting what the authorities are telling you ought to say. And the authority can be the government, it can be your father, it can be your teacher, it can be the academy. There are all kinds of sources for authority, but if you are impressed by the romantic idea that in the end you should learn through your own experience, then your art needs to reflect that, and it won't reflect it if it falls into a pattern somewhere. So, we end up with very aesthetically oriented photographers who are resisting the photographic mechanism itself by, tinkering with it, blurring the image, whatever they may do to make it more aesthetic in the 19th century.
I was thinking as well, and Liz has asked me a question privately, which is close to something that I was thinking about as you were speaking, which is to do with how artists write about their own work. So there are artists, pedagogues like Paul Serrusier and Kandinsky and Klee to a certain extent, Matisse's writings on his own work. I mean, is there a similar self-acknowledged limitation in their writings to the one that you're talking about in Fry's, in the way that he approached Seurat? Or is there a chance that an artist in a less formal, less academicized language can reach something, or are they artists because they can't do that in writing, I suppose?
Well, the artist writer is an interesting phenomenon. I always thought that Matisse was a better explainer of Matisse than anybody else was. And now that's certainly not true of Cezanne. Cezanne was not a particularly good explainer of himself. There are only a few nuggets here and there. And, he may have been better verbally, I don't know, but the anecdotal, he seems to have been extremely ironic and kind of nasty toward people, and sort of making wisecracks a lot, and not not a reliable narrator. But I think Matisse was probably pretty reliable, and a lot of other artists have been. But to your point, or to it's Liz or yourself, I guess. if I had intended to end this paper with a second example, along with the Meyergriff example, and it may have taken a little. The paper as it is may have taken a little too much time. I'm not sure, but Kandinsky is interesting because when Kandinsky, I've always also thought was very, very smart in a theoretical way and a very good observer of the art of others. The artist that what he says about Cezanne is pretty good. And what he says about himself is pretty good. But when he published On the Spiritual and Art, if I've got the chronology correct, he published Klinge, or Sounds, the same year. And Sounds is like an apology for On the Spiritual and Art, because it's a piece of poetry, in effect, or it's a piece of ekphrastic art. It's images and words that don't really go together all that well. And it's a demonstration that words and pictures don't go together all that well. But it's also a demonstration that with words and with sound, and Kandinsky may have experienced genuine synesthesia, as some people do, so that for him, you might know that better than I do, but I've been told this, that in Kandinsky's case, he actually experienced it. So it wasn't just a theory. And I know that Joan Mitchell was someone who all of her life experienced synesthesia. So, it does generate a certain kind of art. And she was very sensitive to poetry and the sound and sensitive to music. And Kandinsky was. So, there you have the same person producing the analytical text and the non-analytical text at the same time. Yeah. Being comprehensive about the whole thing.
Can I just ask you a few questions that have come in the chat? Juice van der Hoven has said, many thanks for your extremely interesting lecture. There are no words to describe the art. I can't agree more. Yet the artists in question used many words to describe what they were doing. Many things discussed uncannily echo Gauguin's writings. And the question is, could you speak to how the artists in question influenced the post-impressionist, in quotation marks, narrative themselves?
Well, I think they did. People knew Gauguin's writings, and Gauguin would be another great example, actually maybe the greatest example of a totally brilliant writer. And I've always thought that Gauguin must have been terrifically smart, because he also had a mentoring aspect to him, not always a kind form of mentoring, but not gentle. But he influenced a lot of other artists who were themselves very talented. I think Seruzier is an underrated artist and also another good thinker. But Gauguin's writings have certainly influenced me as an art historian. They make me feel that I understand Gauguin better than I would otherwise without reading him, and that I understand the people around him better. And I think he understood Cezanne, or at least he understood what Cezanne might mean to Cezanne's own culture. And it was not Cezanne's understanding in his own. He didn't like Gauguin. He didn't like what Gauguin said. And yet, I'd much rather read Gauguin talking about Cezanne than read Cezanne talking about Cezanne.
Thanks.
And there are other examples too.
Just keeping an eye on the clock. We've got a few more minutes, but there's another kind of question that's quite close to this conversation from Benjamin Angwin, who has said, you touched upon some of the problems and limitations inherent in the language and terminology used to describe post-impressionist painting and define its painterly content. And the question is, how conscious were critics such as Fry and Mayagrafe and others of such lexical ambiguities? And did they recognize space for poetic license? And I mean, I was just thinking as you were talking about some of the language that comes out of early formalism of Fry, Bell, and Albert Bonds, about plastic elements and structural values and organic wholes. And it's as though they can't see that there's somebody standing in front of a wheat field and surrounded by nature and kind of in a state of bliss or something like that. It's really extraordinary kind of bureaucratic sounding language. But back to that question about Fry and Mayagrafe, I mean, in comparing those to his prose writers and also in knowing their work well, I mean, did they leave space for a more lyrical means of communicating the feeling of art?
You know, I wonder, yeah, there are probably more riveting writers out there, but I wonder what a Fry lecture sounded like. You know, he was known as a great lecturer, and he may have, well, you know, it would be the intonation, it would be the gesturing, it would be the visual material that he used. But I mean, Fry read philosophy, so he must have, you know, been, he must have been sensitive to the verbal nuances. You know, for me, it gets more complicated because, or for you, for us now, we're thinking maybe more comprehensively about a past time, and we're reading through several different cultures at the same time and comparing and trying to draw out, you know, so we're maybe seeing some complexities in the language that the original speakers didn't worry about as much.
Can I just ask you one last question from James Church? Can the desire of writers to see or feel in this way be partly derived, I think, from contemporary collecting or research into historical art? And it's followed up with a kind of explanation. The re-examination of Piero della Francesca or the mosaics of San Vitale Ravenna come to mind as pre-academic European models, which became more popular around this time.
So the question is about, you know, things becoming accessible, I mean, a good example is how much talk of the primitive was generated by the exhibition in 1904 in Paris of French primitive art. You know, primitive, in other words, being the earlier centuries of Western art, of what Fry would call European primitivism. And there was a scholarly catalog produced and a lot of scholarship after the fact, and it made the term current, referring not to indigenous cultures, but referring to, in a very general way, to any earlier form of a contemporary tradition.
I think we have to end there right on time. So can I just say, Richard, thank you so much for very stimulating and very beautiful paper. And I'll just pass over to, and thank you to the questioners, the people with questions as well. I thought they were excellent questions. I'll just pass over to either Liz or Anna for just the last word about today, which has been really an extremely stimulating day and ended very wonderfully, I think, by Richard. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was asked by the Research Forum to say a word or two, but again, Richard, that was extraordinary and what a wonderful way. And Gavin, thank you for your comments. It's been a terrifically rich morning, and I'm glad to say we have another day to look forward to tomorrow. So a reminder to all of you that we will start up again at 11 o'clock London time tomorrow. And we have a total of 5 sessions, and then we'll have a short wrap up. And it's already clear there's not enough time for the ideas that are being generated. So please come back, please share your thoughts in the chat. I look forward to the discussants. And we're very grateful to the Research Forum and the Courtauld for allowing us to host this conference today and tomorrow. Thank you, and I hope we see you all again tomorrow.